Well, hello everyone. Happy Friday, and you know what that means? Another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you're gracing us with your presence, welcome. Super happy to have you here. The way this works is really simple. On your screen, you will see a chat box. In that chat box, you can enter your question, concern, comment of the day, and I work through them in the order that they come in. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I do not, but either way, we have an awesome time talking about lawn care. All right, so let us see who we have in the live stream tonight. Kicking it off, we got Mr. Mark Romano coming in from Hawaii saying, aloha, y'all. What's going on, Mark? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully, you know, things are, I don't know if things are starting to recover over on Maui as yet, but I mean, hopefully, you know, things are as good as they can be given the situation over there. Appreciate you taking some time out of your Friday to come hang out with us and talk about lawn care, and yeah, thoughts and prayers are with you guys as always. So we're coming to you guys on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So those of you that are on Instagram, feel free to be part of the live stream as well. You know, drop your questions in, and I work through them as well as a kind of interview. We weave them into the rest of the show. So don't feel like just because you're on Instagram, you guys are left out. You guys are just as much a part of the show as everyone else. Guys, it was hot today. I thought that, you know, the summer was starting to taper off and we're supposed to get some nice cooler weather. It was 97 degrees today. It was all kinds of hot outside today. So I got my mow in before the live stream, got my pre-mow down, did the carbon kit, did my full application. So the lawn is set, good to go. I just can relax this weekend now. And yeah, so I'll show you guys some pictures of it, some video of it later on if you guys are interested. But yeah, it was hot today, man. I mean, granted, I realize that for those of you in Oklahoma and Texas, me saying a high of 97 degrees sounds like you guys would love to have that. But, you know, for us here in Georgia, you know, that's getting up there, man. That's warm. That's toasty. All right, so next up we have Phyllis Lawrence up next. She says, Happy Friday, Ron, and my fellow lawn connoisseurs. I like that. Get those likes up. Looking forward to another excellent show with great content. Thanks for all you do. Well, I will do my best not to disappoint. Phyllis, I really do appreciate you leading the charge. For those of you guys that are in here, if you're a regular of the show or if you're brand new, please hit the like button. It really does help. It sends good vibes to YouTube, gets more people to come in and hang out with us as we work through the content, which is always a good thing. Always a good thing. We have our first super chat of the evening. Mr. Chris Styles 405 setting it off. Thank you so much, Chris.
Super chat received.
He says, can you still mow your lawn during the green up process after a height of cut reset? Absolutely, Chris. Actually, I recommend it. I mean, the answer pretty much always is, can you mow your grass? Almost always the answer is yes. So if you do a height of cut reset, you're trying to get rid of thatch and just to reset the cutting height for the lawn. Once you do that, just resume your regular mowing. So let's say, for example, your lawn was at an inch, right? And you want to go down to say 3/4 of an inch. So you do your height of cut reset to half an inch or 5/8. What I would start doing is I would start mowing it. After you're done with your scalp with your light height of cut reset. 2 days later, resume your mowing. Just get out there and continue mowing it. You can set the mower to the height you want to have the lawn at. If you say we did our scalp at say 5/8 and our goal is to maintain the lawn at 3/4 of an inch, you could set it to 3/4 of an inch and continue just start mowing it there. You'll be surprised, even though you scalped it at say 5/8 or half an inch, even if you set the mower to 3/4 of an inch, a couple of days later, you'll still get a few clippings here and there throughout the lawn. So yes, I absolutely would resume mowing as soon as you're done with your height of cut reset. That's going to ensure that what grows back is going to be greener. You're not going to allow the lawn to get too long, to get the grass to get too leggy. So yeah, no issues at all with that. After you're done your scalp, resume mowing as always. There's no issues with that at all. The big thing, the most important thing is as long as your equipment is sharp, you're good to go. So hope that helps, sir. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you for leading it off. Great question. And pretty much the answer to can I mow my lawn is almost always yes. Almost always yes. I'm trying to think of some scenarios where it would be no, but pretty much the answer is almost always yes when the question is, should I be mowing my lawn? Can I mow my lawn after insert XYZ? The answer is pretty much always yes. There might be some time in between that, but yes. Mowing is important after height of cut reset, because that's when you really get the benefits, right? So you're just training the lawn to a new cutting height. So you would not want to scalp it and then let it sit for a week and a half before you put a mower on it again, because you're kind of working against yourself, right? So hope that helps, sir. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you for all the love and support. It really does mean a lot. Really does mean a lot. So guys, so I got some pictures, and if you guys are following Real Rollers on Instagram, you probably have already seen this, but you guys know a couple of weeks ago, Lee Purcell, owner of Real Rollers, came on the live stream to hang out and talk with us about the new Revolution. And I told him, man, I want to see some, we got to show some folks the actual pictures of it, of the mower actually done. So he sent me some here. He's gone through a couple different schemes as far as the design of how he wants it to look. And overall, I think you guys are going to be very, very impressed with it. I like it. I mean, it's black and red, so it's bulldog colors, so you can't go wrong with that. And if you guys are interested in seeing some of those, I will stay tuned on the show, because probably later on this hour I'll show some of those pictures. I got like 3 pictures that he just sent to me, and it looks sharp. It looks really good. I like it. All right, so next up we have Mr. Oliver Ridham. Oliver Ridham's up next. He says, happy Friday, Ron and everyone. I've been hearing talk about Bermuda mites. I noticed some spots on my lawn that may represent this. Can you chime in some knowledge? So I've never had to deal with Bermuda mites personally, Oliver. From what I understand, they tend to start manifesting themselves closer to the springtime. You do see some of the results or some of the damage from them. It can show in the summer, but really in the spring, if you start seeing like stunted growth, yellowing, that can be a sign of Bermuda mites. Not saying you couldn't have damage that's manifesting itself now, but typically people that have problems with that tends to be a bit earlier in the season. Also, I'm good to be corrected on this, but I believe that if you have hybrid Bermuda grass, you're less likely to encounter that versus if you have like common Bermuda, or if you have an improved common Bermuda. So if you have like a Bermuda grass you're growing from seed, which most of those are improved commons, those are more susceptible to Bermuda mites. But if you have a hybrid, it tends to be less likely to be a problem. As far as what you can use to help control them, there is an insecticide called Delta Guard. Delta Guard. So when I get this question like 2 or 3 times out of the year, and you're like one of the 2 or 3 times I get it a year, I've recommended that in seasons past, and people have used it and have had really good results with it. So let me see if I can dig that up. I think Bear makes that. Yeah, they do. Here, okay, here's a link for it. So yeah, I found it. We don't carry it on the golf course lawn store, but you can grab it from. I'm gonna send you a link here where you can pick it up. But yeah, if you're concerned about it, you can use Delta Guard. But again, it's something that you commonly see issues with earlier in the season and into the earlier part of the summer. Again, not saying it can't be a problem now, but most people that have problems with it tends to be a bit earlier in the season than late August. If you're pretty convinced that's what you do have and that's what you're dealing with, and you want to use an insecticide to help control it, Delta Guard is what I would go with. So let me see here at Oliver Rittam, and there's a link for Delta Guard. But do some research on it as well. Make sure that's actually what you have. So you don't want to go out and put down insecticide unless you absolutely need it. But what you could be seeing, if you're seeing some spots in your lawn, some discoloration, it could be stress. Because from what I understand, I believe you're in the southern central part of the country, Texas, Oklahoma, somewhere around there. So it's hot there. You know what I mean? Even Bermuda, which loves heat, is having a difficult time this time of year in that part of the country. So if you're seeing some discoloration in some parts of your lawn, it could be as simple as that area of the lawn is not getting as much water. It could be some localized dry spots. It could be a number of things. Could also be Bermuda mites, but I'm just saying there's a lot of other things that could be causing discoloration in the lawn other than that. So do some research on it. Let me know what you find out. Again, it's not something that I've had to deal with personally myself, but the people that I have had that issue, I've recommended Delta Guard. They've used it and they've had good results. So hope that helps her. Really do appreciate the question. Next up, we got a super chat here. One from Mr. James Smith. James is in the house. Thank you so much, James.
Super chat received.
He says, don't forget you need your Chick-fil-A a lemonade allowance. That's true, sir. That actually, here's the thing, James, thanks to you, I am living up tonight. So right now I've got, I don't drink it straight because it's the good stuff. So I do cut it a little bit, but I do about this much. I do like some crushed ice, this much, and about halfway full with water, this much water, and the rest with Chick-fil-A lemonade. So that's what this is tonight. It's unadulterated other than just a bit of water and ice. So I'm drinking the good stuff. It is the Chick-fil-A lemonade. I got some earlier today, put it in the fridge, had it all set to go for the live stream tonight. So I appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. Some of the folks say, they do something for people online. They say, buy me a coffee. In your case, you're buying me a lemonade. So I really do appreciate all the love and support. And I am having a lemonade tonight, courtesy of your generosity. So thanks so much for that. I really do appreciate it. All right. And I believe based on that super chat, you are now our new show sponsor. So I will put that up now. So James Smith, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And there we go. Actually, you know what, Chris, did I have, I don't think Chris, did I have your name up? So I'm looking here. I don't think it was on. I had your name filled in here, but I don't think you were on as the show sponsor. Actually, so you know what, James, you're gonna have to share it for a while here. I'm not sure if I did, but just to make sure I'm good, I'm gonna have both of you guys up for, say, the first 35 minutes, 40 minutes here, and then I will switch it just to you, James. So you got to share the limelight with Chris for a little while because I don't think I had the show sponsor up. Cool. Again, thank you so much for the love and support. The lemonade is tasty. I will drink on it as we go throughout the live stream tonight. So the fact that my throat's not getting dry, that is your doing. So thanks so much. I really do appreciate it. All right. Next up, we have Mark Romano back. He says, let's go. Let's get it, man. Yeah, you're right. Let's get into it. It should be a grand old time tonight on the live stream. I'm feeling good, having a great time. I got some pictures from some viewers that I'll show you guys here, and also again some cool renditions of the new Real Rollers Revolution 26. Great name for a real mower, by the way. All right, next up we got Papa Moslow. He says, good evening, Ron and everyone. I appreciate that, Papa Moslow. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. And then next we got Shortgrass Living saying, good evening, Ron. Once temperature drops from 111 to a nice 103, I'll be able to hit the yard and listen in. Emailed you earlier with my new setup. Yes, so one of the pictures I have from tonight from a viewer is from Mr. Shortgrass Living. He got some new hardware, and you guys know we love new hardware on this show. We love when people get new equipment. So he was generous enough to share it with me, and I'll show you what he's got here. He took, I believe he said this was an old McLean that he restored. I believe that's right. Let me see here. Yeah, it's an old McLean that he restored, and looks good, man. It's clean. He put a roller on there, a front grooved roller, and I'm not sure about that real paint job is definitely unique. It's definitely unique, short grass living. I've not seen one in that color. Looks good though. Looks sharp. And here's the thing: he's a new convert to Bermuda grass. I think he just had installed it this season, and he's slowly working his high to cut down from 1.25 inches, he told me, to 3/4 of an inch. So that's why you're seeing the discoloration there. He's just slowly stepping his high to cut down throughout the season. But man, very, very nice. Congrats on the new hardware. We will clap it up for you. Nicely done. I like it. It's got all the trimmings, man. All the trimmings. You know, high vis reel, and a grooved roller. So I like it. Use it in good health. Next up, we got Doug Mason. He says, happy Friday, Ron and everyone. What's going on, Doug? Hopefully you are doing well. And then Anna Duran is up. She says, yay, I made it. Now to think of a question. Anna, you were here, man. You got your comment in. You got to come out with a question. But we got plenty of time. We'll probably be here for an hour or so. And in the meantime, I'm sure you will think of something to say. So guys, as I was saying, it was pretty hot out today. I did get my mowing before the live stream started, and it was very, very hot. So I'll show you how the lawn is looking. I have not watered this week as much as I should have. So if the color's not as awesome as I would like it to be, you can feel free to, to tell me it's looking like trash, and I'll accept that. But this is the lawn after the turf rake last weekend. And this is a fresh cut. This video is 2 hours old, an hour and change, a couple hours old. So yeah, you can see how she's looking. Color is still holding on there despite all the high temps we're having here in Georgia. And again, it was all of 97 degrees out today. It was very hot. It's very, very hot. Once I was done with that, I did spray with Primo. Gave it Primo, the carbon kit, a little bit of Nutrisol, a little bit of a green kicker. You guys know how I like to do it. So that I'm all done. I can just relax now. Tomorrow there's no mowing, and then Sundays when I'll resume mowing again. I mowed today, not gonna mow tomorrow. And then Sunday I will get back on the grind and get out there and start mowing again, right? So good stuff. Liking how the lawn is looking this time of year. All right, next up we got Off-Road NV on Instagram saying, thank God it's Friday. Always great to be here. Thank you so much, Off-Road NV. I really do appreciate that. And then next we have Scott Corley. He says a question. He says, in Atlanta, what fertilizer can I use in this hot weather, if any? I have a dense zoysia using PGR. You can use whatever fertilizer is correct for your soil type based on your soil tests, Scott. So I'll show you a couple of options that people throughout the country that they use from our store, from the Golf Course Lawn Store. I can tell you what I use in the lawn, and then you can decide for yourself. So if you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and then go to shop and then lawn fertilizer, the first 3 products you'll see listed are 3 fertilizer options from Lebanon Turf. So you've got Humic Max 1608, the Complete 14714, and then Stress 12024. The Humic Max 1608 is what I primarily use on my lawn. So if I were telling you what I've used throughout the season, I start off the season with the 12024, a higher potassium fertilizer. It's a great way to wake the lawn up. And then I moved to Humic Max, and I've been using that every month, this month as well. I'll probably do it again in September. And then in October, I'll likely close out the season with another application of the 12024. So as far as temperatures, like for example, it was 97 degrees today. I sprayed my lawn today, right? I mowed it, and then I still sprayed my growth regulator, my liquid fertilizer, and the biostimulant combination that I like to use. So I'll show you exactly what I did. So this PGR, like a Primo Max, went down the lawn. It sounds like you're already doing that, which is good. I used the 901C carbon kit, which consists of Release 901C, NutriKelp, and Biospectrum. And then to add a little bit of micronutrient, get a little more green pop, I add a little bit of Nutrizolve in that. The thing is, even though I'm spraying all these different products, I spray them at low rates, right? So for growth regulator, I use the split application way of doing it. So whatever my grass calls for per month, as far as a growth regulator goes, as far as Primo goes, I take that and I cut it in half, and I spray it every couple of weeks. So that's thing one. And then as far as for fertilizer, I will spray the carbon kit at like 3 ounces per 1,000 for the liquids, and then Nutrizol, which is a micronutrient, at 6 ounces per 1,000. It all works out to around 1/10 of a pound of nitrogen, so not very much, just enough to keep the color nice, the growth nice, and it also is a nice additive to go along with Primo. I'm out there anyway, putting down growth regulator, so I may as well feed the lawn while I'm at it. So to answer your question, if you're doing liquids, this I literally do the carbon kit. I spray this every 2 weeks, starting in like April all the way until really probably be October is when I will shut this down. And then as far as fertilizers, Humic Max, I mean, this is a great all-around fertilizer, has almost 9% humic acid and is a good option for someone that does not need phosphorus in their soils. If your soil tests say you don't need phosphorus, this is a great option. If you're looking for a higher potassium fertilizer and a bit more slow release nitrogen, you can go with the Stress 12024. So this guy I tend to recommend for cool season lawns in the summertime when it's hotter and you're not really trying to push a bunch of growth. If you have a Bermuda lawn that is seeing some stress, you can use this as well too. But really, I've used Humic Max throughout the entire season, and I will switch to this in the fall. So not September, but in October, I will close out the season with this. So yeah, so you can use these throughout the entire growing season. There's tons of our customers do that, so it's there's no issue with that at all. As long as your grass is growing, as long as the lawn is growing, you can feed it. The thing is that between the granular fertilizer and the liquids that I spray, I get around 0.7 of a pound of nitrogen. So it seems like I'm using a lot of products, but I'm applying them at low rates, which if you saw the video, I'm not sure how long you've been here, but if you look at the video of the lawn, it produces results that look like that. So the color, even though it's been hot out and I haven't really been watering it as much as I should have, the color still looks good. The turf still looks good. You know, it's handling these high temps really well. So it's a strategy, not the only way to do it, but it works well for me. So hope that helps, sir. What I will do is I'll send you a link here in the chat to where you can find that on the Golf Course Lawn Store. So Scott Corley, and you can do that on your zoysia. So everything I'm saying will also work for zoysia grass as well. You sounds like you're already using PGR, so you're already ahead of the game. I'm not telling you too much that you don't already know. But as far as incorporating a granular fertilizer once per month and a liquid fertilizer a couple times per month, no issue with that at all, as long as you are applying them at low rates, which is what I recommend. So hope that helps. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. And if you want to learn more about the strategy that I use for feeding my lawn, you know what? I'll show you that real quick. We have a blog post on spoon feeding. You can find that under resources on the store and then blog. That will take you here. And then you will see this blog post that says why you should start spoon feeding your lawn. It talks about what it does, the strategy behind it, like what products I like to use and all that. So, and in addition to that, I also include application rates for products. So in case you wanted to do that, you're good to go. So I'll also send you that link as well, because you asked a great question. Why not? Make sure you're taken care of. Good. Nice. All right, Scott, if you need anything else, let me know. Again, appreciate the question, and keep that zoysia looking sharp. I got to tell you, zoysia's looking good this time of year. The guys over at Real Rollers, I was just looking at the turf park, and it's zoysia is coming into its own this time of year. I gotta say, Bermuda, if you're not cutting Bermuda regularly, it's very easy to get scalping and some discoloration. Zoysia seems to be holding on to its color really nicely. Again, the turf park, they got 2 zoysia plots and then 1 Bermuda plot, and the zoysia plots by far are looking the best right now. All right, so next up we have Christian Harvett has a question about, or it's a super chat from him.
Super chat received.
He says, hey, Ron, my Lat 36 is looking great, but it's almost time for, I guess, PRG, perennial ryegrass for the dogs. All right. Previously, I scalped, aerated, and top dressed. This year, I was thinking of applying PGR, Scarify, top dress. Advice? It's a good strategy, Christian. I like that plan as well, too. You know, if you're going to use PGR to slow down how quickly the Bermuda's growing, and then you want to scarify to, I mean, in your case, right, because you're going to be, if I'm understanding your question right, you're going to be overseeding. In that case, you might actually want to set the scarifier to where it's getting, not, again, you're not trying to carve channels into the soil, but just where it's like just tickling the surface of the soil. That's not a bad idea, because whenever you decide you're going to put down whatever perennial ryegrass you're going with, that's going to improve that seed to soil contact. And yeah, I like it. I mean, so your PGR or Scarify, a top dress, and then your overseed. Yeah, there's no, I don't see any issues with that at all. No issues with that at all. Yeah. So yeah, let me know how it works out. It sounds like a fun project, and yeah, it sounds like you're already well on your way as far as getting a good result. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. All right, next up we have Jackie Bear. He says, have an excellent stream, brother. I really do appreciate that, Jackie. Thanks so much. He's wishing everyone a happy weekend. And the next up, we have Mr. LG in the house saying cheers, Ron and company. I appreciate you, LG. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. Thanks for all the love and support. Jimmy Miller's up next. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. Have a great night. Jimmy, do I have a picture from you as well? I think I might have gotten one from you. No, actually, it was from someone else. It was not you. Someone else that I'm thinking about. But yeah, thanks for that, sir. I really do appreciate you coming to hang out. All right, Michael Fetty's up next. He says, right on time. Just mowed the backyard, prepping for overseeding/aerating, so I'm slowly lowering. Any tips for leveling a 13 by 15 spot? It's a newly sodded area that's bumpy. I mean, it's the same advice that I would give for leveling a bigger spot than that, right? So get yourself a blend of sand and compost, and a leveling rake. Leveling rake's going to make this really easy. And then start light. Make put the material out, work it in with the leveling rake, and water it in. And then if you want to give it a day or two, see how it settles, and you want to go back and do a little bit of spot top dressing here and there, I'm fine with that. But really, a quarter to half an inch is about as heavy as you want to go, Michael. The thing you want to keep in mind, I'm not sure where in the country you are, but we are into the end of August. We're in the tail end of August. If you're like in Florida, then go out and have fun, because you guys are going to have growing season is going to go forever, right? But if you are here in Georgia, I would be careful about going too heavy with any kind of top dressing, because the chances of the grass growing through is going to be slower. In your case, it doesn't really matter, because you're going to be overseeding the lawn, right? So even if the Bermuda doesn't grow through, whatever grass you're going to overseed with, which I imagine is going to be a perennial ryegrass, is going to have plenty of time to do that. So I have a video on that very topic, on how to level a bumpy area of a lawn, and I will send you a link to that if you've not seen it. I got it right here. So there we go. It's a short video. It's only 4 minutes and 23 seconds, and it's entertaining. Even if you don't like lawn care and you don't really, I want to level your lawn, but just want to have something fun to watch. It's not as fun and as entertaining as my mold video, but it's a close second. It's a close second. So top dressing video. This is one of the shorter ones. And there you go, Michael. It is now in the chat. You know what? I'm also going to put it in here for any of the folks on Facebook that can't see that link I just posted. So there you go. So have fun with that. You get some good tips from that video, and hopefully that helps you out. Sounds like a fun project. All right, next up we have Sure Guy. He says, "What's the most elite Kentucky bluegrass?" I can't answer it. Beginning of the show, I say sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I don't. This is what I don't have the answer to. I've not grown Kentucky bluegrass at scale. So I've grown zoysia, Bermuda, and ryegrass. I've never grown Kentucky bluegrass, and when I grew ryegrass, I grew it in a small little planter. So I can't really comment on which is the most elite. I know the grass seed from Barenbrug is often well regarded, so you could look into that. But as far as what's the best Kentucky bluegrass, I'm not at liberty to say, sir. I really don't know. I'm not sure which one is the most elite. But if you find out, you let me know. You tell me which one is the most elite. Here's the thing. I'm sure no matter what you come up with, there are people that are going to disagree with you. So if you come back and say, hey, Ron, this one is the most elite Kentucky bluegrass, make sure you have some supporting facts as to why it is the most elite. All right? Next up, we got Jason Harrison. He says, evening, friends. Ron, when will you transition your liquid treatments from 901C to release 0? And how long will you continue to apply your bi-monthly liquid treatments? Excellent question, Jason. So as I said, I will transition. I'll be doing the carbon kit up until October. And then my granular applications, my split apps, I will do, I'm going to do a granular fertilizer app in September. So next weekend is when I will do that. And then the liquids, the carbon kit, I'll continue spraying that. It depends on what happens in September. Definitely all throughout September, I'll continue spraying it. And then in October, I'll do a 12-0-24 app, and then likely a one final app of either release 901C or release 0, and then shut it down for the season and just call it good. You can technically go later than what I do as far as feeding your lawn. In Georgia, but the reason why I stop a bit earlier is because I've had issues with spring dead spot in my lawn. So one of the things that you can do, or one of the contributing factors to that, is adding too much nitrogen to the lawn in the fall when it's trying to go dormant. So you apply preventative fungicide, which helps prevent it, and then also limiting how much N goes into the soil in the fall is another way to also help combat spring dead spot, which is why I tend to shut it down in October, early to mid-October timeframe. So hope that helps, Jason. Great question. If you want to have any follow up, feel free to just to ping me in the Facebook group, the Academy group, and we can chop it up some more there if you like. All right, so we have a question here or comment from Murph and Turf. Says, thoughts on ammonium sulfate? I mean, if you need it, so it's a way to lower soil pH. So if you have a soil that's more alkaline, Murph and Turf, and you're looking for a way to lower your soil pH, you can use an ammonium sulfate. It's not something that I would necessarily use for regular feeding. It's more, I consider it to be more of a niche type product or niche type application, primarily for people with alkaline soil that are trying to lower their pH. So yeah, I think if you need it, great. If you don't need it, then I wouldn't necessarily use it. So hope that helps. Great, thanks for the question. Next up is Chris Style 405. He says it's 105 degrees in OKC. Good heavens, I'm sorry. So here's the thing. I realize I'm being insensitive with my 97 degrees and complaining about that. I realize you guys that are in triple digits, guys and gals that are dealing with triple digit weather, that I need to be more considerate. Because the fact that we get a high in the 90s and I'm saying, oh, it's so hot outside, you guys would love to have that. So my apologies. Next up is Anna Duran. She has a great question. She says, what is the best way to get rid of crabgrass? So the best herbicide, in my opinion, for crabgrass, assuming you don't have centipede or St. Augustine for your turf grass, Anna, is a herbicide called quinclorac. It's a really good product, very effective against crabgrass. The thing you want to be careful with it is that you want to use quinclorac ideally earlier in the season. That's true for any kind of crabgrass control. Really, crabgrass is best controlled earlier in the season, in the late spring, early summer versus now. If you are another option that is not quite as good as quinclorac but can be effective against crabgrass is Celsius. So if you're willing to do more than one application, Celsius can also control crabgrass, but again, works better when it's used against young crabgrass earlier in the season. And again, if you're somewhere where temperatures are, in the night, like in other words, if you were in Georgia and it was 97 degrees today would not be a great day to spray quinclorac. I would wait for a day when temperatures are, in the mid 80s or cooler. If you're willing to tolerate a little bit of injury, between 85 and 90 degrees, you could maybe squeak by with that. But the higher the temperatures, the more likely that you're going to get some temporary injury to your grass. So Bermuda tolerates it well. Quinclorac, I'm saying Bermuda tolerates it. Zoysia tolerates it. Most cool season grasses also tolerate it fairly well. But St. Augustine and centipede grass, you absolutely should not use it on because it will injure and or kill it. So hope that helps, Anna. Look into quinclorac, or this time of year, given how hot it is, if you're willing to do more than one app, you can try Celsius. But any crabgrass that you're trying to control now is probably going to be a bit more mature, so it's going to be more difficult to get rid of. If it's only a few clumps here and there, you might just dig it out. That's an option too. So just something to consider. We do carry Celsius in this size and also in the 10-ounce on the Golf Course Lawn Store. And if you want, I will, I'll also get you the link for quinclorac as well. Why not? Because I'm not sure where you are in the country, but you might be somewhere where it's not, crazy hot right now, in which case you could use it. But yeah, that's the one I would say is, like, if you ask most people, that spray lawns for a living, they say, hey, what, if you want to get rid of crabgrass, what should I use? And most of them are going to say, some product with quinclorac in it. Like and it comes with a bunch of different brand names. So I've got, like, what I'm sending you here is one formulation for it, but it comes under like Drive Accelerate is another herbicide, but the active ingredient in it is quinclorac, so you're good with that. And then as far as for Celsius, I'll send you a link for that as well off the Golf Course Lawn Store. So you're going to be squared away. You're going to have both options. You can decide which one is best for you. And again, this time of year, just be careful because it is pretty hot out. So good question. Thank you so much for that. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. All right. Next up, we have CPIMS. He says, what's going on, Ron? I hope your Friday has been good. It's been hot, but it's been good. Best herbicide to use for clovers and dandelions for warm season turf. I like Celsius. Reason being is that you can spray it around this time of year when temperatures are higher with far less chance of injuring the turf than some other options. Like, there's tons of different herbicides that will kill dandelions and clovers. They're not terribly hard to control, but other options other than Celsius are more likely to temporarily injure or cause some discoloration to your lawn. So that is what I would say. Celsius, put a little bit of surfactant with it. Use a very small amount of surfactant, and that should get you some pretty good control over your clover and dandelion. Again, for worm season turf, does it get much better really than this, in my opinion, for broadleaf weeds? So great question. And I will, even though I already sent a link to Anna, I will send it to you as well at CPIMS. There you go. And while we're talking about this, while Celsius, right, is safe for warm season grass other than Bahia grass, and you can spray it over a broad temperature range. If you are mixing surfactant with it, you want to be careful, because once you start adding surfactant, especially if you're going a bit heavy-handed with the surfactant, the chances of you getting some discoloration does go up. I mean, it's still going to be better than if you use like a three-way when temperatures are higher, but just know that if you to get the most out of Celsius, mixing it with surfactant is a good idea. Like, I highly recommend doing that. But especially this time of year when it's really hot, you can use a lower rate, a couple of teaspoons per gallon, just not very much, and you're still going to get a good result. The only discoloration that I tend to see that people have whenever using Celsius in their lawns this time of year is if they're too heavy-handed when they're adding surfactant to their herbicide blend. So it's the one thing I would tell you, CPIMS, go with Celsius, and if you use surfactant, just be sparing with it, and you should be in good shape. Again, dandelions and clover aren't terribly difficult to control. So, great question. All right, make a note of that. Next up, we have. Let's see here. Next up, we have Chris Dada. Chris Dada is up next. He says, lawn is I guess too thick. Lawn's too thick, and I did a scalp. It's been a slow recovery. I've been watering regularly. Can I start Primo this late stage or skip until next year? It's really your call, Chris. I would have done it. I would have started earlier in the season. If you want to apply Primo just to play with it and see what kind of results you can get, it's not going to hurt anything. But I'm a fan of applying Primo the end of April, early May. Before you really need it, as far as from a standpoint of slowing down growth, just to get it in the plant, and then just continue that every 2 weeks to where the grass is acclimated to it, and you're just every 2 weeks it's just getting its dose, getting its re-up of Primo Max, right? And then I find that produces very good results. You can do it now again if you just want to play with it and try it out and see what kind of results you get. But if it were me for next year, I would start in late April, early May, and then just spray it every couple of weeks. Twice every 2 weeks. Whenever you're out there spraying your liquid fertilizer or your liquid biostimulants, put a little Primo in the tank, and you are good to go. We have a blog post. I think you may or may not have already seen it, as far as strategies for using Primo Max. And if not, I'll show you real quick. If you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and then to resources and then to blog, and I believe it's on page 1 still. All right. You'll see an article called "How Plant Growth Regulation Can Make Your Lawn Thicker and Greener." And it talks all about growth regulator, what it is, how it works, different grass types you can use it on, which is pretty much all of them. And this section here, section 3, which talks about the dreaded tip burn when it comes to using growth regulator. And then because I got so many questions about this, I added some split application rates. So if you're going to apply Primo every 2 weeks, like how I do it, you can use these rates with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet. And that's a way of again, spraying every couple of weeks, produces a good result and minimizes the chance of you getting any discoloration really whenever you're using growth regulator. So I'll send this to you as well, Chris, in case you decide to give it a go. Again, it's a bit late in the season in my mind. It's not going to hurt anything for you to do it. I mean, I just sprayed today. I just literally sprayed Primo today. So it's not like I'm not telling you anything that I haven't that I didn't just literally do a couple hours ago. But as far as when most people tend to use it, they tend to start earlier in the season and continue it all season long. So hope that helps. Okay, next up we have Travis Winston with a super chat. Thank you so much, Travis.
Received.
Just happy Friday to you, Ron, and the rest of the Golf Course Lawn Squad. Thanks for continuing to provide great content, sir. I really do appreciate that, Travis. Thank you for all of the love and support. On the topic of new content, you guys will notice there's a pinned comment in the chat on YouTube. If you're on Facebook or Twitter, you're not going to see it, but I can post it there as well, because today we did release a new blog post, so resources and then blog, and you'll see a new blog on the topic of humic acid, right? So, I always talk about how awesome Humic Max is and that it contains humic acid, and then all the Lebanon turf fertilizers that we sell contain humic acid. and it's a biostimulant that helps improve the function of your fertilizer. So to help dig into that a bit more, we created this blog post that talks about that very subject, how humic acid can help your lawn thrive. It's a bit of a longer one, but it's a really good read. Talks about how humic acid work, how humic and fulvic acid work, why they're beneficial, the role they play in soil health, how they like all the different things they do for your lawn, what it does for pH, products that contain humic acid, how to apply it, how often to use it. So it's a very comprehensive post. If you want to learn a lot about humic acid, that's your jam. You're just that guy or gal to where, humic acid is a very interesting topic for you. Then we've got some new content that, again, it's already pinned in the on YouTube, and it will also be pinned once the live stream is over if you're watching this after the fact on that topic. So feel free to take a look at it. If you have any friends, family, anyone else that's also a lawn nerd that's interested in these types of topics and want to know why, why whenever, why I like Humic Max so much and why I use it on my lawn, and why when you hear people talk about, adding fulvic acid or humic acid to your soil, why that's a good thing, this will help answer that question. So hope you guys get some value out of it. It was fun to put together, and yeah, hope you guys enjoy it. If not, let me know. If things could be better, let me know, and I'll work on it for next time. Next up, we showing our grass lawn care. That's awesome. We showing our grass lawn care. Says, hey Ron, Olive Branch, Mississippi. What's going on? Are we showing our grass? Thanks for chiming in from Olive Branch. Appreciate it. Anna says, also, I missed the answer last week. What is the best time for cool season grass to overseed in the fall? Now, here's the thing, Anna. I don't have a cool season lawn, but most people that overseed their cool season turf tend to do so in late August, so like this time frame, into September. So the window for folks that are overseeding their Bermuda lawns with perennial ryegrass in Georgia is open now. And then for those of you with cool season lawns, now through September is the window's open for doing your overseed. So hope that helps. It's a great question. Next up is Platinum Exteriors. It says, Ron, I would really like to send you a picture for reference. I've sent it to your Instagram. I have set down a wood blanket, and this is what my 100% Shamrock Kentucky Bluegrass looks like. What do I do to fill it in? So if you want to send me a picture of Platinum Exteriors, I can try my best to get it on the show tonight. No promises, but I'll try my best. If you email me here at ron@golfcourselawn.com, that's my email address. That comes to my inbox here. And if I can, again, what I would say is if you're sending me pictures, if they can be in landscape, that makes landscape, that makes it easier. I don't have to like reformat them. And if they're not too big, also makes it easier for me to get it on the show, because I don't want pictures that are too big. They take too long to load up. So yeah, that's my email address. If you want to send me a picture of what you're dealing with, I can take a look and give you my thoughts on the matter. Next up is James Smith. He says, hello, everyone. Connecting from metropolitan Fuquay, Varina, North Carolina, Raleigh. Okay, cool. Oh, that's good lemonade. Thank you, James. I really do appreciate that. It's good stuff. I gotta tell you, man, Chick-fil-A does make a good lemonade. They really, really do. All right, next up is we showing our grass lawn care. It says, man, Dallas grass is super tough this year. What do you recommend? Bermuda grass. For Dallas grass, your best bet is really to dig it out. There's not really a selective herbicide that you can use on residential lawns that will control Dallas grass. You look at a lot of different products. You'll even look at like Certainty. They'll say suppresses Dallas grass. You'll look at a lot of different products, even like Celsius. They'll have on there. I'll have a couple about Dallas grass, but then they'll say when mixed with with MSMA or this other herbicide that you can no longer use on residential lawns. So what I would say is dig it out. That's really going to be your best bet. That's the way to get rid of it, just to physically remove it. Now, which I know that's kind of a pain, but anything else you do is really just going to be temporary. Some people have success with taking glyphosate and doing like a very targeted application, like a very targeted spray just on the Dallas grass. But if you get any of that anywhere on the surrounding grass, you are going to injure and or kill it. So digging it out is the way over time just to get rid of it. So sorry I don't have a better answer for you, but blame the EPA. The product that we could use for doing it, you can't use on residential lawns anymore. So yeah. Okay, next up is Utah. Get to me too. Says LM sprayer shipped today. I am not sure what you mean. Do you mean YM or I probably think you mean Yard Mastery sprayer shipped today? Yeah. Well, he says thanks for the great service. You're very welcome. No worries with that. Yeah, and I'm glad that that your sprayer order went out. Enjoy it. It's a great sprayer. I used it today. Used it this afternoon. It's an awesome sprayer. The best part about it is that it comes with everything you need. That's the thing I like best. And on a topic, something to talk about with this when it comes to the Yard Mastery sprayer is when you guys get one. Say you guys order one of these guys, and I'm going to show you here because that way I can talk and show at the same time, right? So you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's see, backpack. Okay, cool. So if you get one of these, right, the nice thing about them is it comes with everything you need, all the spray tips, the adapter that you need for doing soil-based product applications, like the white fledget tip here, and then the tip that I use mostly, which is the foliar tip. So it comes with everything you need to be able to apply any lawn care products that you're going to be putting on your lawn. But the thing that you guys that I've gotten a couple questions about is when you get one of these, you get one that's brand new, and you open the tank, and there's a little bit of moisture in the tank. That does not mean that the sprayer is used. Literally every single one of these is tested before they go out the door. So if you get one, there's a little bit of water, a little bit of moisture in there. That's completely normal. There's actually supposed to be like a sticker or a little like one page or little leaflet in there saying, hey, if there's a little bit of water in the tank, it's fine. It's not a used sprayer. It's just we test every single one of them before they go out. So there is that. But congrats on the sprayer. It's an awesome bit of kit. I really like mine. Between that and the Flow Zone, you really can't go wrong. They're both great sprayers. I like the Yard Mastery because for the money, it is, in my opinion, a better deal. Like you get everything that you need with it versus having to buy the Flow Zone, which is comparably priced, but then you still have to go out and buy the other spray tips. So as you can see, I've got the Fledget tip sitting here on my desk because I won't need this until next weekend when I spray pre-emergent. So yeah, so this guy for the most part hangs out, doesn't really do a whole lot. Only for fungicide apps and for pre-emergent apps, this comes out, but for the most part, it just hangs out here as a prop for the show. All right, so next up is Mark Luna. He says, hello, Ron and other lawn enthusiasts. Looking forward to another great stream. Cut this morning, sprayed the Carbon Kit Primo this evening, 102 in South Austin. We did have half an inch of rain on Tuesday. That's awesome, Mark. That's very, very nice. You know, actually, I think did you send me a video of that? I think you may have. I want to see if I can, I should dig that up. I think you did send me a short video of to proving that it can in fact rain in Texas. I think this is it. Now, guys, in Oklahoma, Texas, if you guys need some, need some inspiration, something to kind of help you stay the course and realize that it can and will get better, this is some video that's not from Georgia, not me showing rainfall, because you guys, that my rain doesn't do you guys any good. But Mark did send me some video earlier this week that shows him getting some rain. So let me open this up. You can see this good rain too, not like itty bitty rain. I mean, I'm sure he's not out there partying, but it looks pretty good, man. Looks you got like some good rainfall. I'm sure the grass absolutely loved it. It looks, I don't know what, quarter, half an inch. I'm not sure how it went on for, but it looks like you got quite a bit. So happy to hear that you're getting some rainfall, some of that wet stuff out of the sky, which is helping your lawn, and shows that, like I said, it will turn around. If you're in Texas, Oklahoma, just stay the course, wait long enough, and the weather will eventually change. It will get better. Okay, next up we have Sean Murphy. Sean Murphy, he says, happy Friday, Ron. Hope all is well. Just got my evening mowing and looking forward to another great stream. I will do my best, sir. Congrats on getting your mow done. Good job on that. I like where your priorities are. Very, very good. And then next up we got Greg Lyon. He says, do you think it helps any if you take a leveling rake in the morning to take the morning dew off to help you mow any better? It can't hurt. I mean, you're getting water off the leaf, off the leaf of the grass, but it seems like a lot of work to do that. It's really your call. If you have the time, Greg, if your lawn is smaller and you want to do that, that's fine. I know some golf courses, before they mow greens, they'll do that. They have like what they call it, like a dew whip. They'll go up there and they will literally like run it over the green to knock a lot of the moisture off the grass before they put the mower on it to cut it. But the greens are much smaller in comparison to most of your lawns, right? So if you want to get out there with a leveling rake, if your lawn is smaller and you want to do that, by all means, go for it. I have never done that on my lawn because I've got almost 12,000 square feet. So the amount of time it would take me to do that, I'd just be better off just waiting a couple of hours for it to dry out and then just mow then. You know what I mean? Versus going over the entire lawn with a leveling rake and then, going out and mowing. So good question. Give it a shot and let me know how it works out for you. All right, so we got a couple of super chats. Let me get down here and grab those as well. So we got one from Lance F. Thank you so much, Lance.
Super chat received.
He says, killing my lawn tomorrow. Sent you a picture. You're killing your lawn. Oh, sacrilege. What's going on? He said, I hate the different grasses not blending. It's been a long time coming. Too blotchy. 365 SSKBG will be going down for the renovation. Okay. All right, Lance, you're going full send. All right. Okay. If you like it, I love it. Sounds like a project. Let me see here. You say you're killing off the grass. Okay, let's see what Lance is dealing with. So you guys can look at this and say, if it were you, would you kill this off? Let me look here. Yeah, I mean, I can see why it would drive you crazy. I can see why it might irritate you a little bit. So this is Lance's lawn as it sits now. Let me zoom out a little bit here. You can see what he's dealing with. Yeah, I mean, you can see the differences in color, and I get it. That would. I mean, it's on the front lawn too. I could see how that would be kind of irritating. So yeah, and given this, it doesn't look like it's too big of an area. If you are going to, to kill that off and then restart, start from scratch, then I don't see an issue with that, man. I mean, I get it given what you're dealing with. So if most of you guys would probably agree that this, while it's not horrible, most people would be happy with that. For a lawn care nerd, that is, that would be tough to live with over time. So I get it. I get what you're dealing with. All right, next up is LG. Thank you, LG.
Super chat received.
He says, got myself a yard mastery sprayer, and boy, that is a powerful sprayer, even on the low setting. Curious as to what my sprayer width should be using the T-Jet tips. Any recommendations? Yes, LG. So what I will tell you is that if you look at this, I'm gonna get my video of my back lawn up again. So the sprayer, each one of these stripes is a double wide pass with an Owlet C27. So they're, take 27 multiplied by 2. So, call it 50 inches with overlap, right? So 4 feet or so, thereabouts, give or take, is what the width that sprayer will put out. Depends on how high off the lawn you hold the wand, but I hold it about knee height, which for me, because I'm pretty tall, I'm 6'4", that is enough to where that 110-degree pattern covers about one of those stripes. So you can play with it and see what works for you, but 4 feet thereabouts is what you should get out of that if you're using the foliar tip and you're holding it about the same height that I tend to hold mine. So yeah, it's a great sprayer. And to your point, yeah, man, the low setting, the high pressure setting, the only time I've ever used that is whenever I was applying fungicide and I wanted to put it out at like 2 gallons per 1,000 square feet. So I just wanted to increase the amount of carrier and not have to walk really slow. That's when I kicked it up to the high setting. But outside of that, my sprayer lives on the low setting for fertilizer apps, for primo apps, for biostimulant apps, for herbicide apps, for primer. I mean, it's literally lives on the low setting. And again, the only time I've ever run it on the high is whenever I was putting out fungicide and I was using like 2 gallons per 1,000 square foot rate. And it's just so I didn't have to walk slower is why I did that. So yeah. And you know what? Because it's you, LG, I appreciate the super chat. I'll put some Tango Bolero on for you while I find out where I left off. So here you go. This intermission music, courtesy of LG. All right, now, where did I stop? And guys, if you guys are enjoying this so far, we've got 110 people in the live stream so far, only 65 likes. Surely we can do better than that. So if you guys are enjoying the show and want to support the channel, please hit that like button. It really does help out. Just tap the like button ever so gently. If you want to hit it hard too, that's fine. That's your thing. But I really would appreciate if you hit the like button. It's a free way to support the channel and really does help out quite a bit. So thank you for that if you guys decide to do so. All right, next up is Alex Zamora. He says, is it too late to overseed Bermuda? Blackjack 2 in desert climate, still in the hundreds. Overseed, what do you mean? When you say overseed Bermuda, what do you mean with what? With perennial, with cool season grass or what? I'm not sure what you mean, Alex. If you already have Bermuda, I really wouldn't recommend overseeding Bermuda with Bermuda for like 95% of people, because you're going to end up with 2 types of grass that will look visually different, that will grow different. And the thing with Bermuda is once it is in your lawn, it is very difficult to get rid of. It's incredibly hard to kill, even when you want to kill it. and there's not really a selective way to kill one type of Bermuda out of another type. So if you got like hybrid and you got some common in there's not really a way to selectively remove common Bermuda from hybrid and vice versa. So I would not introduce another Bermuda cultivar to your lawn unless you really know what you're doing, or you just don't care. You don't care if it looks different. there could be that. With it in the hundreds and you're in desert climate, I'm not sure where in the country you are, even if you were talking about a fall overseed, so you want your grass to stay green all year long, given that you're still in the hundreds, it's too early for you to do that. So in Georgia, the window for us to do that is opening up. But given that I'm not sure where you are in the country, if you're talking about a perennial ryegrass overseed, it's still too hot to do that. If you were to do it, what will happen is it'll germinate and then it'll quickly die off, because it's just 100 degrees is way too hot, especially for brand new grass. So there is that. So guys, you guys want to see a picture? Let me see. We're almost at 8 o'clock hour. I see. We'll take one more question, and at the top of the hour, we'll show off one of the pictures of the new Real Rollers mower that they just sent to me. Ooh, that's cute. That is fire. I'll tell you. I'm trying to see which one I want to show first. We'll show. Yeah, I'll get them queued up here, and I'll show you guys in a second. I got 2 front shots and then 1 back, looking pretty good. I think you guys are gonna like how it looks. All right, so one more question, then we'll show the mower. Next up is James. He says, as your current user, what are your thoughts about the state of battery-powered reel mowers? I think that there's definitely, that's where things are going. Like eventually battery power, whether you like it or not, that's where things are eventually going to end up. I don't think that battery powered systems are still as well sorted as their gas powered equivalents. So, if you took, what's a good example? If you took like a the Outlet, right? Like my C27 runs pretty well. It's been fairly reliable. I haven't had any real issues out of it per se. But if you look at take like their consumer line, like the new Sterling, there's some people that have that mower and have awesome results, awesome success with it. And there's some people that have, here and there's some like electrical gremlins or issues that they have that they're trying to work out. So now if you compare that to like most gas powered mowers, as long as there's gas, the spark plug's decent, and you got oil in it, it's going to run, right? So I think the maturity of electric powered reel mowers still has a ways to go, and it's only going to get better with time. But it's something you may as well embrace, man. Eventually it's going to be a thing where we're all going to be using electric mowers. I can tell you, like my C27, I love it. It's a great mower, cuts great. The fact that it's got enough juice that I can literally mow the entire back lawn twice if I wanted to on a single charge is awesome. And what it opens up from a standpoint of just all the additional tools and cultivation options, like the verticutting and turf raking, that type of thing, is really, really spectacular, really awesome. So just I'd say that if you're on the fence and you want to give it a go, do so. But I mean, eventually it's gonna be a thing. Right? It's going to be a thing. All right. Next up, we have Utah Get to Me. Actually, I already got that question or that comment. The next one we have is Hailu Techly says, is it okay to put PGR out this time? The Texas heat is stressing the Bermuda. It's really your call, Hailu. I sprayed Primo today, and it was 97 degrees out. So, and that's been the way I've done it for years, like literally from late April, starting late April, all the way through September. The lawn gets growth regulator. In years past, it used to be once per month. In the last couple of years, it's been twice per month. And it's as long as it's in the plant, right? So in other words, if you had started using PGR earlier in the season, I wouldn't have any issues with you continuing it all throughout the season, even now. If you're talking about introducing it now, then that is when you might see some stress. So it's really your call. I don't know, you're in Texas, so I imagine the heat you're dealing with like triple digits. So it might not be a great idea for you to introduce Primo at this time of the game if you have not been already using it on your lawn. If you've been using it and you want to continue using it, go for it. But as far as you doing it or starting it now, it's really your call. I've never done that. I've never waited until late summer to introduce Primo Max. I've something that I've always done early in the season, again, like normally before I really needed to use it, and just kept it in the plant throughout the entire growing season. And I've gotten good results with that. That's why I've sprayed when it's like 75, 80 degrees outside, I'm spraying Primo. When it's 95 degrees outside, I'm spraying Primo because it's in the plant. It's in there the entire time. So yes, it's really your call. If you do it, if you decide to go forward with trying it out, what I would tell you is do not spray at the full rate for your grass type. So for Bermuda, the application rate for hybrid Bermuda grass is a quarter of an ounce, so 0.25 ounces per 1,000 square feet. That is the monthly application rate for Bermuda. What I would say is if you're going to do it, take that monthly rate and cut it in half and introduce it that way. So let's say you have a 4-gallon backpack sprayer and you have a 4,000 square foot lawn, because it just makes the math easy. If we were spraying at full rate, we would put 1 ounce. So we go up to 0.5 twice. We put 1 ounce, so 1 and then 2 to 0.5 twice. We put 1 ounce in 4 gallons of water, and that would cover 4,000 square feet. That is if you were spraying at the full rate, which is what I don't recommend. What I would say is if you're going to do it now, take the same 4 gallons of water and add half an ounce. So my face out of here. So go up to 0.5. So half an ounce. That is half of the recommended rate for Bermuda grass. That's an easy way to introduce it to the plant, a less stressful way to introduce it to the plant. That is how I would go about doing it if you're going to start using Primo this time of year. So hope that helps. The nice thing about this is if you decide to go with Primo Max is that what we sell in the Golf Course Lawn Store comes with this comes in a container like this with a nice measuring cup, which makes it very easy to get your applications very accurate, right? Because it doesn't take very much of this stuff to produce a good result. So look into this. We do carry it under the lawn fertilizer section on the Golf Course Lawn Store. Okay, next up is Chris Dada. He says, I have some leftover 007 dithiopyr. Can I use that as my fall pre-emergent? Sure, yeah, you can. Dithiopyr doesn't last quite as long as prodiamine, Chris, but yeah, you can use it as your fall pre-emergent. It's not going to provide as good control over Poa annua as, say, something like Spectacle Flow, or if you take prodiamine and add simazine and imazaquin with it, so it's like poor man's Spectacle Flow. That combination works better for controlling POA. But if you don't have a lot of issues with POA, or you never have, and you're not really worried about it, then you could use that dithiopyr. That will work as well too. So you can use what you have. I'm a fan of either using prodiamine with simazine and imazaquin if you have warm season grass. If you don't have warm season grass, you got a cool season lawn, I am more of a fan of prodiamine in the fall and dithiopyr in the spring than the other way around. The reason being is that dithiopyr, if you use that as your spring pre-emergent, it has the ability to control young crabgrass. So let's say you're a little bit late, you waited till mid-March to start putting down your pre-emergent, and you're starting to get some germination with crabgrass. Dithiopyr has the ability to kill young crabgrass, whereas prodiamine does not. So for that reason, I'm a bigger fan of using it in the spring and then using prodiamine in the fall. So yeah. And for any of you guys that are trying to prevent weeds in your lawn this fall, and also by extension this springtime, the window for applying pre-emergent is upon us. It's coming. You know what I mean? It was hot today in Georgia, but it's going to start cooling off here fairly soon. And when it comes to pre-emergent, especially fall pre-emergent, a bit early is better than a bit late. So for fall pre-emergent, really before soil temps get into the high 60s, is when you want to have the pre-emergent applied and in the soil. So whenever I'm seeing soil temps in the low 70s is when I like to get out there and get my pre-emergent done. So for me, I'm going to be doing that next weekend. And what I'm going to be using is a product called Spectacle Flow. I'm going to be using this on my lawn. It is quite expensive, but as far as control for Poa annua in pre-emergent form, it really doesn't get much better than Spectacle. The only thing with this is that you can only use this on warm season grass. Do not use this on a cool season lawn. If you're looking for pre-emergent for cool season grass, that is where prodiamine comes in. And if you guys are interested in picking some pre-emergent up, we have some here on the Golf Course Lawn Store. I can show you guys where that is. So if you go to shop and then to weed killer, and if you use this filter on the left for pre-emergent, you'll see a couple of options for prodiamine in granular, dithiopyr in a granular, and then prodiamine in different sizes in the water dispersible granule form, to where you take these little dry pellets, little yellow dry pellets, you weigh it out, mix it with a little bit of water, and spray it on your lawn. So you can have it either way you want. You can do granular, which is easier for most people, or you can do liquids, which gives you more flexibility in case you want to mix other products along with it whenever you're out there spraying your pre-emergent. So if you guys are interested in that or looking to get your pre-emergent game on, I will link that in the chat now. But yeah, Chris, if you already got it and you want to use it, by all means, go for it, man. Use what you got. Not going to hurt anything, but I do like prodiamine more in the fall than dithiopyr. All right, now the fun part, where I left off. Next up is No Name. He says, happy Friday, Ron and fellow lawn enthusiasts. This late August heat and no rain are finally starting to take a toll on my lawn. Let's get those likes up. Yeah, man, it's getting a little crispy out there. So put some water on it. Tomorrow morning, I'll probably run irrigation. I've been neglecting the lawn this week. I haven't been nice to it. I have not been watering it that much. And so tomorrow I'll fix that. I'll put some water. I'll run a nice irrigation cycle, give it a nice little drinky drink, get it feeling happy. All right, James is up next. He says, when would you use a drop spreader versus a broadcast spreader? I've never used a drop spreader, James. I've never owned one. What I would say from just looking at them, I think if you're doing seeding work, like if you're going to seed a lawn, that's the one scenario where I could see you using, say, a drop spreader over a broadcast spreader. Broadcast spreaders are a lot more popular these days than drop spreaders. So if I had a choice of having one, I would do the broadcast spreader. Next up is Adam Carter. He says, so I tried to level my new Xeon Zoysia this year. I put the level mix too thick and suffocated a lot of the yard and started turning brown. Will it come back, or do I need to think about resodding? Depends on how heavy you went, Adam. I mean, by your own words, you said you went too thick. Here's what I would say. It's if you can get a leveling rake out there and work the material and get it off the plant, off the grass to where it's not buried or it's not suffocated anymore, that's going to give your zoysia the opportunity to recover. It's zoysia, I mean, it's not as hardy as Bermuda, but it's also really difficult to kill. Like both zoysia and Bermuda are pretty resilient grasses. So if you can get the sand off the grass to where there's some leaf exposed, you can get some sunlight, it should recover. I don't think you're looking at resodding. Again, I haven't seen pictures of what you did or how heavy it is, but if if it's not sitting under, a couple of inches of sand, then you should be able to recover it if you can, again, get the leveling rig out there and just move it around, like literally knock it off, try and just move it around to where you can see the grass is exposed, and then just give it time. The thing is, with you having zoysia, it's going to be a slow road to recovery, right? The nice thing about zoysia is that it grows slow. The bad thing about zoysia is that it grows slow. So yeah, I wouldn't be so quick to look at doing a resod just yet. I'm just saying this based on what my idea of putting down too much leveling mixture, going too heavy with top dressing looks like. And I want to take this as a moment to any of you guys that are going to be doing your top dressing this fall, for any of you cool season guys and gals, this is a good this is a good teachable moment. When it comes to top dressing, more is not necessarily better. You will see people that have Bermuda grass, and then you'll see them, they'll like to do what they call sand capping. They'll sand cap the entire lawn. They'll put tons of sand down to where you literally can't see any grass at all, and just saying Bermuda will grow through it. And that is, for the most part, that is true. Bermuda is, again, not to beat a dead horse, is incredibly difficult to kill, and it will grow through pretty much through anything reasonable that you put it through. But not all grasses are that way. And what I would say is that if you can limit the amount of sand or material that you're putting on the lawn to like 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch on the high end, that's going to produce really good results. Your lawn is going to be a lot smoother. Even if you still have some undulations here and there, a lot of the harsh dips are going to get fixed by doing that. And if you need to, 3-4 weeks later, you can always go out there and put more sand down. But if you go too heavy all in one go, that is when recovery can take a lot longer. If you get any kind of heavy rainfall, which is a big part of why I don't do it, is you'll get a lot of runoff. That's another thing. If you have any kind of a slope and you put a ton of sand down, think about it. One of the things that the functions that your grass does is it helps prevent soil erosion, right? It helps hold the soil in place. So if you put this layer of soil or sand on top of the grass and there's no grass really holding onto it, you get a heavy rain. There's nothing to keep it. It's just literally going to wash off and all end up at the bottom of your lawn, or wherever the lowest part of your lawn is. So for a lot of reasons, it's just not a good idea to go super heavy with your top dressing mix. So for any of you guys that are planning on doing that this fall, again, I'm talking the cool season folks here, just go light. There's no reason to go super heavy, like a quarter of an inch to half an inch. All you need, I promise your lawn is gonna look really nice. And if you're not happy with it, you can always put more sand down. You can always do that. Don't try to get it all done in one go, because if you're like me, one top dress is never gonna be enough, right? You're gonna do it again anyway. So why not do one, let the lawn recover so you can do another one, right? All right, next up is Leo Garcia. He says, actually, you know what? All right, guys and gals, hopefully I am back. The live stream went down, but hopefully you guys can see me. If you guys can see me, give me a thumbs up. Hang on. If you can see me, give me thumbs up. Yeah, give me a like. Okay, guys, so sorry about that. The streaming software went kaput, but I think I'm back up. I'm looking here, and yep, I see 40 megs going out. That looks about right. Cool. Yep. So if I'm good, let me know. Cool. All right. So as promised, I'm going to show you guys some pictures of the new Real Rollers mower. Lee, you sent these to me, so I'm assuming it's okay to show them because you also put them on the Instagram. So this is picture one, picture uno. So first, let's give you a front shot of the new Revolution 26. And I got to tell you guys, not because it's in black and red, but that's a good looking mower. I mean, look at the stripe action. Look how the stripe follows off the grass catcher onto the side of the mower. It's in bulldog colors. I mean, you gotta love that, right? You gotta love that. So that's image one, looking quite good if I do say so myself. From another angle, we got the Honda GX in all its glory. Also showing the front of it, we got the Real Rollers Revolution 26. And let me get you off here so you can see that. It's a good looking mower. It's got the heavy duty grooved roller on it. Black and red looks really good. I gotta tell you, it actually matches, actually goes well, coordinates well with the engine. Like it all kind of goes together. And then finally, we've got a back shot, a rear shot of it. And that is loading up now. And there you go. You check it out. You can see. So for parts and support, they have a QR code on there. So what's kind of cool is if something breaks, I don't imagine you're going to break this mower, but if something you need a part or needs support or something else, or you need the instruction manual, there's going to be a QR code. If you guys see that there on the left side, it says Real Rollers Parts and Support and the QR code, you'll be able to scan that with your phone, and that will take you to the instruction manual or whatever else the team at Real Rollers wants to use to be able to get you support. So yeah, it's pretty sweet mower, man. I gotta say again. So once again, this is the front. That's a front left and front right, and the back, the business end of it with that vulcanized, that rubberized rear drum. So I think you guys are really gonna like it. I want to borrow one and get it on my slope. I want to see how it does on a slope. That's gonna be a good test. I'm gonna see if I can like beg, borrow, and get one from Lee. I don't need another mower. If I can just borrow one, just say, hey man, I'm gonna run on my slope and see how it does. Want to try that out. We'll see. All right, cool. So you guys got to see the new mower. If you guys check in later on, I'll bring it up again, and you guys will be able to see it again. So yeah, as far as questions, you guys will have to run those to the folks at Real Rollers. I do not have like final pricing. I don't know, blade count. I don't know, but I can tell you that this is what it's gonna look like. I can tell you this. That's what it's gonna look like. That's it. That's the artist rendition. That's the actual mower. You want to see what it's gonna look? That's it. That is it. Any other questions? Call Lee and the team at Real Rollers, and they will get you. They'll answer your questions. All right, guys. So the bad part of it is whenever this crashed, a lot of I'm going to see if I got a lot of the questions that came in. Okay, I think I've got one here. So you guys just bear with me. So James Smith is what I've got next. If I missed your comment, I apologize. Feel free to ask your question again, and I will get to it. Next up is Leo Garcia is who we had. He said, Ron, what are your thoughts on applying molasses to the lawn? So what I've seen molasses being used for is a way to help stimulate microbial activity. As it's you often see it in products that are like liquid aeration products or products that are designed to help reduce thatch in the lawn. It's a lot of sugars, and it's going to help, and it is going to help stimulate microbial activity. It's not a bad thing. If you want to use molasses, there's nothing wrong with that. There's lots of different products in that space that behave similarly. So if you've got molasses and you want to do that, there's not really any negatives. I have not done that on my lawn. What I tend to use, what my liquid aeration or liquid dethatching product would be the carbon kit. So like if you look here, if you go to shop and then Miramichi Green Biostimulants, the contents of the carbon kit, you've got Release Zero, which is a biostimulant, kelp, which is also going to help stimulate microbial activity, and then we also have biospectrum, which is you're actually adding more microbes to the soil. So between these three, if you're looking for a liquid dethatcher or a liquid aeration product, this combination will help with that. I still hold that liquid aeration is not as good as using a physical means. Like liquid, same thing for dethatching. Liquid dethatching, while helpful, is not as good as using a turf rake or verticutting or using those other means to help thin out a lawn. Again, I spray this stuff every 2 weeks on my lawn. I sprayed it today. Like literally what you're seeing here, like this. Well, not this one, 901C version. That one was sprayed on my lawn today. 901C, NutriKelp, and Biospectrum. That is what I used on my lawn today, along with Primo and NutriKelp. All right, so next up we have James Smith. James Smith, he says, the CEO, aka the wife, hasn't made up her mind on what she wants to do with part of the area, landscaping, bushes, or planting a garden. Either way, she'll have a couple of blueberry trees. Oh, so none of that sounds like grass, James, but I mean, hey, happy wife, happy life. I will just say that. So yeah, I mean, of those options, garden, bushes, garden, I don't know, probably the garden, because bushes, you got to trim them. You got to trim the hedges, and it's kind of a pain to do that. And they just look nice. Whereas at least the garden, you get something you can eat out of it, right? And blueberry trees, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm a grass guy. That'd be my thing. But whatever the wife wants, as long as she lets you have your part of the lawn that is like unmolested that you can mow, let her have an area for her garden or shrubs or blueberry trees. All right, next up is 2 Trilla. He says, it seems the season is coming to an end a lot quicker this year. I don't know. It's still going. He says, I don't know whether to be happy or sad. I love being out in the lawn, but I feel like I haven't earned it yet. Yeah, I don't know, man. We've still got a few more solid weeks of growing in the Southeast. I mean, probably even longer. It's still pretty warm. It was 97 degrees today, right? But yeah, I mean, I get it. I do enjoy the time off. Like I was really I was this close, guys, to doing a perennial rye grass overseed, but I think I'm chickening out. And it's nice having the time off. It is nice, October time frame, where I'm mowing. I'm still gonna be out there mowing it, but I'll mow it like once a week then, instead of every other day like I've been doing ever since April. Right? So yeah, it's nice to have the time off just to relax, just reflect, do content on YouTube, hang out with you guys, just chat on the live stream, that kind of stuff. It's good to have a little bit of downtime. But yeah, I don't know. This season, I feel like it's been about normal. If anything, it seems like it's gone. To your point, it does seem like it's ended quicker this year, but because I've just been a lot busier this year, not because of anything else. I've just been really busy this year compared to years past. So it has stopped sooner or faster than it has. August has come and gone a lot faster than usual. All right, next up is JG. She says, at Sure Guy, so my favorite cultivar of Kentucky bluegrass has been Midnight, Bewitched, and Mazama. Just killed and seeded after midnight. Anxious to see the color. Love the others because of their deep green color. So at Sure Guy, I think you were asking about Kentucky bluegrass cultivars, and JG, who is apparently an expert on Kentucky bluegrass, is levying her thoughts on the matter. So there you go. Midnight, Bewitched, and Mazama. You guys have some pretty cool names, and we have ours are like Lat 36, Tiffway 419, Tiff Tough, Tahoma 31. Like you guys have names: Midnight, Bewitched, Mazama. You give cooler names. I mean, some of our, I guess, what do we have for cool names for Bermuda grass? We've got, I guess, Monaco, Yukon. We have some cool names too, but you guys have, I think, for cool season grass, you guys have a lot more flashy with your names than we are for our Bermuda grass. All right, next up is the DJ B-Dog. Says, my Tiff Tough is taking a beating here in Texas. That is true across Texas, Oklahoma, most of the country this time of year because of how hot it is. 109 degrees all summer long and 0 rain. Any suggestions to help with drought and brown? Watering 4 times a week, 2 inches a week. You're already doing a lot, man. It's just, I mean, watering is good, but nothing really beats rainfall. You really having some rainfall is what you need. What you can do in addition to what you're already what you're already doing as far as putting water on the lawn, DJ B-Dog, is if you can use a moisture manager like Hydrotain or like Foreplay, that will help you get more out of the watering you're already doing. You're putting a lot of water on it. I mean, 4 times a week and 2 inches of water is quite a bit. Hopefully you have like a well or something, because I can't imagine what that water bill is like. But I'll show you here. If you want to go over to the golf course lawn store, go to shop and then go to soil moisture management. There's a couple different products here. And right now, the only one you can get, because everyone's been buying it up, is Hydrotain in liquid, right? I think, is the gallon available? Yeah, so you can get the hose end sprayer, and you can get it in 1, 2, and 4 gallons. Here's what I would say is if your property is smaller, what you can do is you can go with the hose end quart, like get one of these guys, and then the next time you buy more of it, buy a gallon and just keep refilling this. So the first time you can go with this one, and then just buy one of these and just refill the hose end sprayer with that. That's a great option. Foreplay is also a good option. Foreplay is basically Hydrotain, sea kelp, humate, and a surfactant. So it's basically Hydrotain with more additives in it, but it's currently sold out. But if you want something to do that can help improve, it's going to allow you to get more out of the water you're putting on the lawn and help the lawn manage stress a bit better, then one of these moisture managers or something you can find local will be helpful. Hydrotain has been very well received. I use it on my lawn. It's a great product, and so feel free to give that a go if you're looking for something to give you that additional edge, additional headroom, given the temperatures that you're having. If you go with this one, if you go with the liquid, here's something you got to keep in mind. To use the product properly, it needs to be applied to a wet lawn. So given that it's so hot in Texas, what I would say is run an irrigation cycle, like a light irrigation cycle, just to get the lawn wet, get the soil wet. Put down the Hydrotain, get the hose and sprayer out, and apply the product to the lawn, and then run another irrigation cycle to help move it into the soil. You have to do that to really get a good result whenever you're applying the liquid. You don't want to apply it to a dry lawn, and you absolutely have to water it in after application to really get a good result. So those are the only tips I would tell you if you decide to go with that. And if you're interested in one of the moisture managers, I will send you the link to it right here, the DJ Dog. There you go. Cool. You're all set, man. If you need anything else, let me know. Sorry you're dealing with it, but this too shall pass. If you guys saw from Mark Luna's message that he sent out earlier, his video, it can and will rain in Texas eventually. All right, next is Tutrilla. He says, happy Friday, Ron and Stripeaction gang. Thank you so much, Tutrilla. And then next we have Kevin Sheehan. Kevin, it's been a while, man. He says, Ron, been around since your first live stream. I guess it's been about 4 years. It's 3 years going on year 4. So we're at 3 years now and counting. I've learned a lot and I learned a ton, but I have a question. Why is there a limit on prodiamine, and what happens if you go over it? Thanks. So there's a limit on prodiamine because there's a limit on, there's, how's the best way to answer this question? Why is there a limit on prodiamine? There's a limit on prodiamine because too much of the active ingredient can be harmful to the grass, can be harmful to the plant. Much like, you take anything that's helpful for you or me, right? Take vitamin C. We need so much vitamin C, and and up to a certain amount, it's helpful. If you go too heavy, it can become toxic. Like water, I'm drinking water and lemonade right now. You need a certain amount of water every day. If you drink too much water, if you drink excessive amounts of water, it can actually be bad for you. It can be poison. It can be toxic. So if you exceed the annual limits, what you will, with prodiamine anyway, or with pre-emergent, you can start getting what's called root clubbing, which means that you can, as far as whenever stolons are running and they're trying to tack down, it becomes harder for them to do that. So if you ever see it's hard to say, but if you ever see a lawn with Bermuda grass and the runners, you have what I call floppy runners, where they will run out and they they're just sitting on the top of the grass, they won't tack down. That's not necessarily a sign that the person over applied pre-emergent, but that is something you can see if you go excessive with your application rate for prodiamine. The reason why they have annual limits on all these products, even Primo, pretty much every product, every herbicide, any product you put down, there is an annual limit for plant health, because again, too much can be toxic. For environmental reasons are the reasons why they also will have limits as far as how much of this stuff they want in the soil. They don't want it building up, and then to help minimize runoff and that type of thing. So there's a lot of reasons, mostly having to do with the health of the plant and also environmental concerns, why you need to stay within annual limits. And the thing is, what you'll find, Kevin, is if you go over it, you're not going to get a better result. I mean, if you think about it, let's do this thought experiment. Like whoever makes, let's take like Barricade, right, which is prodiamine by Syngenta. Like Syngenta's in business to sell products, right? Like they'll engineer the products, they'll make them, and they package them up and they sell them. So it's in their best interest to sell a whole lot of products, right? So if they tell you that, hey, with someone who is motivated to sell a product, but still they say, with our product, with our blend of this, you will only want to use this application rate, do not exceed this amount per year. You really want to heed that because they have a vested interest in you buying and as much of it as possible, but yet they're still putting limits in there based on EPA guidelines and also their testing as far as what's effective and what then becomes the point of diminishing returns, then moving over into damage. So it's just in your best interest to heed that. Like you're not gonna. I'm trying to think of any situation where consciously and regularly exceeding the recommended application rate limits really leads to a good result. I can't think of any. When it comes to fertilizer, there's people that'll say, oh, I want to really push growth and I want to get out there and put down 2 pounds of nitrogen. And what tends to happen is, you push a lot of growth, but then you also create thatch problems in your lawn. You increase the likelihood that you're going to have disease problems. You know what I mean? If you go use Primo, if you use the amount on the label, the recommended amounts on the label, you're going to get great control, great regulation. The lawn is going to have a nice green color with less mowing. But if you go too much, you're going to discolor the lawn. You get negative effects, right? And that is true for everything. So I wouldn't look at the limit on prodiamine and say, why is there an annual limit on prodiamine? Take the fact that there's an annual limit and just apply it to everything else in life. Like even with like vitamins you take, water you drink, anything that you consume, there is a point where more is better, and there's a point where too much becomes less. Like you're at the point of like where the juice isn't worth the squeeze, and if you keep going too much further than that, like more begins to become toxic. So for those reasons, that's why they have annual limits on prodiamine in pretty much all lawn care products. So hope that helps, sir. It's a good question. It's not one that I think I've been asked, not this season anyway. So yeah, it's a good one. Thanks for that. All right, next up is James Smith. James Smith, he says, any issues for those who store their lawn care, the liquid products in hot garages? Thinking of our brother and sisters in Texas, Oklahoma, etc. I don't know. I mean, I store all my products, all my lawn care products in the garage. So anything that I use, like all the stuff that you see here on the show on my desk here, these are all just props. But like the stuff that I actually use, that stays in the garage. So and it's. I've had stuff that from season to season, like I'll have like maybe some release 0 that I didn't use up this season, and then next year I give it a good shake and start applying it, right? So as long as it's kept where it's kept cool and dry and it's tight, like the caps are on there really good where moisture can't get into it, you tend to be pretty good. I've done it for years. This will be like, as far as me being on YouTube, it'll be like we're on year 9, coming up on the 9th season of me doing lawn care content. Or being on YouTube or working on my lawn, and that's what I've done every year. Like the stuff stayed in the garage as long as it is kept dry and the caps are on there tight. You should be good to go. Granted, I do have an insulated garage, so if you have it out in a shed, right, where you'd like a galvanized shed, the temperatures in there might be hot, might get hot enough to where you could run into problems with the product breaking down. But in most cases, if you're able to store your car in there, your lawn equipment in there, and other things in there, like if you have an insulated garage like most people have, your lawn care products should be fine as well, as long as, again, they're kept cool, dry, caps are tight, should be good to go. All right, next up is James Smith. He says, where are you sourcing your Spectacle Flow? I didn't see it in your store. Yeah, so we don't currently carry it. It's something we're thinking. I will look into doing it. I mean, I need to do a survey and see if you guys actually want it, because it is quite an expensive product to carry. It's an expensive herbicide, or it is a herbicide, pre-emergent / herbicide. So I just don't know how well it would really sell if we did carry it. You can get it on Amazon. I will get you a link to it if I can find it. I need to just save one of those off. I need to do better about keeping my Spectacle Flow link handy, because you guys have been asking for it. All right, yep, here we go. Studio YouTube. Actually, give me a second, James. I will find it and I will get it to you here in a second. Yep, there it is. All right, so I'm gonna find my pre-emergent video, and here is your link for Spectacle Flow. Yep, so you can find it here on Amazon. I think this link is so good, should work, at James Smith, and there you go. So hope that helps. Give that a go. You know, and I can also get it. I can also get it from like distributors as well. I mean, you guys, in other words, where I'm able to buy it, you guys are not going to be able to get it from there, but you can get it from you can get it on Amazon. And yeah, it's a great product. And I would say, James, if you're gonna go that route, split it with some people. Unless you got a really big property, it's unlikely you're going to be able to use up that 18 ounces of Spectacle. But yeah, we'll look into it. Maybe next season I'll look into carrying it. We shall see. Instagram, you guys are quiet tonight. You guys are just lurking there. What's going on? We just kind of hanging out. See some new names, so that's always nice. All right, next up we have James Smith. He says, I heard drop spreaders are good for putting down a powder lime for pH corrections. You may recall my soil test from last week. That's a good point. You know what? That's an excellent point, because lime, if you ever put lime out using a broadcast spreader, you have like a dust cloud. You have like literally a dust cloud that's surrounding you when you're doing it. So yeah, I could see a drop spreader being used for lime applications. I could see it being good for that. I don't know that I would have one just for that purpose, but yes, that is one scenario where a drop spreader is superior to a broadcast spreader. Yes, I could see that. Yeah. Okay, next up is a McNasty Motorsports. He says, wouldn't a Yard Mastery sprayer pre-used by Ron increase value? I don't know, probably not. I mean, I've got a sprayer and it's very well used. I mean, it you know, it's on the lawn all the time. Every 2 weeks it's getting a workout. I don't know that it would increase value, but yeah, I do have one. And if I got rid of it, I have to get another one. So yeah, I'm not going to part with it yet. I'm not going to part with that sprayer. All right, next up we got Higgy Pop in the house. He says, hey Ron, happy Friday. Thanks for all your help. Have a great weekend. I appreciate that, sir. And next up is our RV18. He says, why do y'all stop selling Spectacle Flow? Is Coastal okay for Poano, preventative for Bermuda? We've never actually sold it. RV18 is not something we've actually carried in the store. If you want to get it, here's a link to where you can pick it up. If you feel like supporting the channel, you can get it here. And it's not like it's, you know, the price is really going to be any different. If we were counting on the store, it would be at least this much. So yeah, so here you go, RV8. You can see the link I just posted in the chat, but I will, you know what, I'll make it easy. I'll put it here to where everyone that's on Facebook can also grab it too. So the link I just posted is a link to where you can pick up Spectacle Flow. Great product. You can order it now. You can have it before next weekend, and you'll be good to go. You'll be good to go for taking care of Poano, keeping Po out of your lawn. Next up is John Williams. He says, do you have any guidebooks on what to spray and when to spray it? As a matter of fact, John, I do. As a matter of fact, I do. So if you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and you go to resources, you'll see our lawn care schedule. So if you click on that, and if you go to on here, you'll see we cover spring lawn care, summer lawn care, fall lawn care, but then number 5, you see a month-by-month breakdown, which is an application calendar, which starting in March, it talks about, you know, scalping your lawn using pre-emergent, putting out your initial fertilizer app, and then every month, month by month, it gives you like what I do. This is essentially what I do on my lawn. Now, in the Golf Course Lawn Academy, in our paid course, we do provide an application calendar that has actual rates. So it says like use this many ounces of this product and spray it on this date. You can find some of that if you look at our our guide on spoon feeding. So if you want something that's free, you can go back here. So this is thing 1. Let me get you that first, John. So you're good to go. So that's thing 1, and then thing 2. John, so that's thing 1, and then on for thing 2, if you want to find like a rates for say for spoon feeding, if you go to the blog and then you look up like spoon feeding, which will be here, and you scroll down towards the bottom, I give you application rates and even spreader settings for Humic Max. And then I also give you application rates and tell you how to mix, how I would mix Release 901C to get a good result. So what I would say is you can use the calendar, the first link I sent you. That's like a macro level. It's going to say use, like, for example, the carbon kit, use Humic Max. And then in this blog post, it will break down like what rates I would use, how to apply it. In the application calendar, it makes reference to Primo Max. If you go to the blog post on Primo, this one here on Plant Growth Regulator, in this one towards the bottom, it has application rates. If that's too much work for you and you want it all in one place, and you'll get the application calendar that has all that, detailed out for you. So hope that helps, sir. Take a look at those. I'll send you the links to them here in the chat shortly. So here's the one for Primo, and this is the one for spoon feeding. So there you go. But just go to our blog. There's always new content on there. And when it comes to applying products, I try to list application rates that I like whenever I can. Doesn't mean you have to use those, but that's what I like to use. Okay, RV8 has a question. He had a follow-up. I saw here. He says, what are your thoughts on Coastal as a pre-emergent from Bermuda? I think it's a good pre-emergent. It is not as good as Spectacle Flow, but it's better than just using straight prodiamine. So Coastal is a combination of prodiamine, Princep, which is the active ingredient is simazine, and then Image, which the active ingredient imazaquin. So prodiamine, imazaquin, and simazine. And the reason why I stopped really talking about it and recommending it so much is because they used to offer it in a small bottle, like a 64-ounce bottle, which was fine for homeowners. But then they did away with that, and they only started offering it, I believe, in a 2.5-gallon jug. They may have brought it back, but last time I looked, it was only available now in the 2.5-gallon jugs, which is way too much for anyone that's trying to spray a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot lawn. So you can, if you're going to get a large bottle of it, you can. It is better than going with just prodiamine. It does provide better control of Poanua on a warm season lawn than just going with just straight prodiamine. It is not, however, as good as Spectacle Flow. Spectacle Flow provides better control and it lasts longer. But a close second is Coastal, which you can buy, or you can make it yourself, which I showed, I think, last year. Last year I did a live stream on showing on fall pre-emergent, and I showed you how to I actually blended it live. I showed you how to make it yourself using Princep, imazaquin, and simazine. I can see if I can find it here really quick. Wow, time flies. It was last year, and it was last fall is when I did it. I think this is it here. Yep, 31 minutes. This is the live stream. Yeah, so if you want to see how I did it, I break down like pre-emergent strategies or options for cool season grass and warm season grass, and then I talk about Spectacle and Image and like the rates that I would use for creating and putting them together if I were doing it. All right, so at John or at RV8, here you go. This is the live stream for you to watch after this one. Don't leave now, but after this one, you can watch this guy, which talks about fall pre-emergent, and this was from last year. So that live stream it's like 31 minutes, but I go through all what I'm talking about now, but I actually show it. I actually demonstrate doing it. So hope that helps. If you need anything else, let me know. All right, so we have a super chat, one from John Williams. Thank you so much, John. I appreciate it.
Super chat received.
He says, thank you. You are very, very welcome. And now finding out where I left off, which is always fun. And we are here. Nope. Actually, guys, let me put some intermission music on while I try to find out where I left off and drink some of my lemonade. Here we go. All right, found out where I left off. Next up is Western Mass Turf. He says, I'm an 18-year veteran of lawn care for cool season grass with a college education in turf. I want your thoughts on Pilex, Clinclorac for Paspalum. So I think when you take conchloric and Pilex, they call it the pile driver. I can't say how it would work on Paspalum. I've never sprayed Pilex and conchloric myself, and I've never sprayed it on Paspalum. I don't know if they're even labeled to work well on that. That combination for controlling crabgrass is supposed to be really good, but I've never tried it myself. So I'm only, what I'm telling you is just based on what I have read and what I've heard and seen other people do. I've never done it myself to be able to tell you how well it works or how well it does not work. It's not an inexpensive way of doing of controlling weeds. Like, you figure conchloric's not too expensive. That's, you know, 70, 80 bucks depending on the size you get. But Pilex is it's a great herbicide, but it's pricey. I think it's north of $300 the last time I looked at it. So yeah, I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you on this one, Western Mass. I've not used that combination before to be able to tell you how well it works, or that if it would even work well on Paspalum. I don't know the answer to that. So sorry, I'm letting you down, man. You know, you're 18-year veteran. I would like to be able to be able to come through and, you know, and say something cool or teach you something cool, but I'm gonna have to pass on this one. I do not know. And you know what? I'll screenshot that so I can look into that. That'll be an interesting research topic for me. I can do that. All right, next up is Gary Freeman. He says, "Hey, Ron, Stripeaction gang. It's a hot Friday. Enjoying the show." I appreciate that, Gary. Thanks so much for sticking around, even though we had our little, you know, intermission problem or a little bit of a drop, but it's okay. We digress. We move on. And then next up, we have John Williams. He says, "Do you have anything that kills palmetto bugs? My goodness, I hate those big roaches here in Georgia. You'd make a ton of money if you had something on that store." It's a good question. I have to ask Miramichi if do I have it? If the pest control will do palmetto bugs. It'll kill roaches. Like, this will kill roaches, fleas, mosquitoes, ticks, chinch bugs, a bunch of other stuff, aphids, whiteflies. I don't see palmetto bugs on the label, and I'll have to ask them, John. I don't know if that product will do it. It's also non-toxic too, which is why people like it so much. People really have been getting really good response on that particular product, but I don't know if it takes care of those. So let me find out. Let me ask the nice folks at Miramichi. I can talk to their formulator and say, "Hey, man, will this kill that?" And he'll probably say yes, no, or maybe so. And if you're interested in learning more about the Miramichi Green Pest Control, in case you have fleas, ticks, mosquitoes, aphids, you know, white flies, you know, just other pain in the neck insects that you want to get rid of, and something that's non-toxic, if you go to shop and then you go to fungicide, insecticide, I believe we have it here. And then on the second row, you will find the Miramichi Green Pest Control that is non-toxic. Great product. If you want to see how I like to use it, application rates, all that fun jazz, there's a video here that covers how I like to use it. And again, the nice thing about the product is that it is non-toxic. Literally, say you're having friends over this weekend and you say, "You know what, I'd like to have friends over, but they don't want to get out and be eaten up with mosquitoes or to have just other just irritating insects around." You can literally take that, mix it with some water. You can spray the patio, lawn furniture, pretty much any, you know, spray everything with it. Once it dries, you can re-enter the area. Again, it's not toxic, so the time to re-entry is as soon as the product dries. It actually smells pretty good. It smells like lemon, almost like lemon pledge. If you can, probably not quite like lemon pledge. It smells like lemon. It smells like citrus. It has like a citrus odor to it. So if you like citrus, you like the way it smells. Okay, next up is No Name. He says, actually, no, we have a question here. I have a question here from, let's see here. We have a couple questions from Instagram. All right, so Offered NV says, "No, not lurking on YouTube, also watching you." And then Xavi says, "Hey, Ron, do you lose some of the comments? I noticed many questions getting skipped." Yeah, I did, Mauro. So if you guys are on YouTube, again, if you were following where I was going with the questions, and if your question, like whenever the stream dropped and I rejoined, some of them may have gotten cut off. So if you want to repost your question, feel free to do so, and I'll work through them. I'll get you your question. But if I'm not doing it intentionally, whenever it crashed and I restarted it, not all the questions were there. So if you guys want to repost them, feel free to do that. So yes, Mauro, that's thank you for calling that out. And then next up is King Said. He says, "Hey, Ron, I recently came across a concept called Blue Muta, mixing Kentucky bluegrass and Bermuda. Is this a bad idea? Curious to what your thoughts are." I personally think it's a bad idea, and I'll tell you why. So while from an appearance standpoint, it can look kind of cool. The negative to doing Blue Muta is you're mixing a cool season grass and a warm season grass at the same time, right? So if you say, for example, you're going to go out and you're going to spray Primo. Let's take a relatively benign problem, right? So take like growth regulator. The application rate for Primo Max for Kentucky Bluegrass is quite a bit higher than the application rate for, say, a hybrid Bermuda. So which rate do you use? Because if you use the rate for Kentucky Bluegrass, you're going to be over-applying it for Bermuda, which will cause some yellowing and potential tip burn. And if you use the Bermuda rate, it's not going to be enough to have good regulation on the KBG. So what you're going to end up with is that you're going to have two types of grass in your lawn that are growing at different rates, which is going to be kind of a pain in the neck, right? So that's thing one. Thing two is what happens if you have weeds in your lawn? Like say you have Poannu in your lawn. It's a good example, right? So if you have weeds in your lawn, like say take POA, in a warm season lawn, you can use Certainty, which is safe for warm season grass, to control POA and to control sedges. But this will injure or kill Kentucky Bluegrass, right? So which one do you use? If you're dealing with broadleafs in your lawn, Tenacity is safe for cool season turf, but it's not safe for Bermuda. Celsius is safe for warm season turf, but it's not safe for Kentucky Bluegrass. So you just create this headache to where if you're trying to control weeds in your lawn, you have to use like what's a herbicide you can use on cool and warm season turf. Like you can use some 3-ways that can work out okay. I think Blindside will work on both warm and cool season turf, but you're just overcomplicating your life. You're making it you're creating a lot of headache for something that I just don't think the upside is worth it. You know what I mean? So you like for example, you can't use Spectacle Flow now in the fall because you've got cool season turf in there. It's just like you're creating a lot of problems that I personally do not think are worth it. Some people like it and think that it looks the greatest things to sliced bread, and it does look cool. I'm not going to say that from an appearance standpoint, it does look cool. But if you think about the things I'm going through here with you, as far as again, it comes to herbicides, you're creating a lot of headaches as far as what you can use and what you can't use. If you think about like growth regulator, what you can like you're going to be either under applying or over applying it, and it's just. I just don't personally think it's worth it if it's me. I just really don't. So it's up to you. If you want to mix the only cool season grass that I would mix with warm season grass would be if you're going to overseed Bermuda or Zoysia in the fall with say perennial ryegrass. If you're someone that says, hey, I want my lawn to be green in the winter time, and you're in Georgia or you're part of the country where it'll work out well, then by all means overseed your warm season lawn with ryegrass. When springtime rolls around, spray it out, use Celsius to kill it, and then move on with life. But as far as running Kentucky bluegrass and Bermuda grass like all the time in your lawn, I just don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a headache. So that's for that reason I would not. I personally wouldn't do it. So your call. Just from a standpoint of POA alone, think about it. As a warm season person, warm season grass guy, like we have a selective herbicide that will control POA. This is something that cool season folks would love to have. Why do you want to ruin that by mixing Kentucky bluegrass with your Bermuda? Now you can't use this anymore. As far as a herbicide that you can use over a broad temperature range, when it's cooler, when it's really hot, and it's not going to discolor your lawn, doesn't get much better than Celsius. Really great product. You have Kentucky bluegrass. Can't use this anymore. So again, why do it? I just think it's just too much headache. You're creating a problem where there doesn't need to be one. So that's my take on it. I'm probably the minority on this, but you did ask for my opinion, and that's what it is. So, all right, next up is no name. He says, actually, no, he already answered that one. Next up, we're going to go to Demare. Devin's in the house. He says, what's up, Ron? Looking forward to another great night of turf talk. I'm going to do my best, Devin. We had a little technical difficulty there. But, it happens. We move on. And then next up is Michael Kuhn. He says, I'm still kind of confused as to which attachment is used for dethatching and which is used for scarifying and which is used for verticutting. And if you would, please explain how each one works. Sure, Michael. So let's go over to Alit's website because they have all of them in a handy form where I can show you. Okay, cool. All right. So your question is, what is used for dethatching? So a dethatcher, actually, let's look at a different mower. This is not the best one. Let's look at the Sterling. Okay, so the first question you asked is a dethatcher. So a dethatcher is of the cultivations or the cartridges that you just mentioned, the dethatcher is the most aggressive. So if you look at it, it's literally a metal blade that's hooked at the end. And the idea behind it is to dethatch or to remove like large amounts of debris from your lawn. So this is very aggressive. I don't own this cartridge, and for most people, I don't really recommend it. If you the case where you would use a dethatcher would be a lawn where it's been neglected for an extended period of time. Like say you're buying a house and the lawn hasn't been looked after for years. You've got a lot of fast buildup, a lot of debris, a lot of garbage in it. I could see running a dethatcher on it one initial season. But then I put this away. I really wouldn't use this anymore. So dethatcher, most aggressive, and it's designed to again to aggressively reduce the amount of thatch and debris in the lawn. So that's thing one. The next cartridge that you asked about is the Scarifier, also known as a turf rake. So Scarifier, turf rake, same thing. Why they call the same thing, two different names, no idea. So if you compare the Scarifier or turf rake to the dethatcher, you'll see that it's got like these little metal fingers that are spring loaded. And the idea behind this, compared to the dethatcher, right? If you think about the dethatcher, which was a solid blade, a solid blade with a hook on it, which literally would there's not a whole lot of give. It's gonna go into the canopy, into the sward. It's gonna literally rip a lot of material out, depending on how aggressively you set it up. Compare that now to this, which is spring loaded, meaning the fingers have some give, so they're more gently going to remove the amount of thatch or debris out of the lawn. This is what I use on my lawn. I use this cartridge more than any other cartridge on my lawn, and I have the Verticutter, I have this one, and I have a couple others, right? So this is the one that most people use most frequently as far as reducing thatch and just removing debris in your lawn. Next up is the Verticutter, which is a tool that's used to thin out the lawn in a gentle way. So if you think about the dethatcher, which think more ripping, tearing, more aggressively removing debris from the lawn, the Verticutter, you use that to if you think about the way Bermuda grows, right? You have stolons that run across the surface of the lawn, and over time, if you're mowing it, especially if you're real mowing it, it can get very thick. And what that does is you can start getting scalping and cutting issues. So what a good example where you'll know this is happening is, say you scalp your lawn in the springtime, right? Say March timeframe. And then you start mowing it and you're just loving life. You're mowing your lawn. And then around mid-June, when Bermuda's really starting to take off and really starting to getting thick, and especially if you've been real mowing it, it's going to get very dense. And what's going to happen is, instead of the mower riding on the soil, riding on the actual surface, it's going to start floating or running on the top of the grass, and that's going to start causing cutting and like scalping problems. So you'll start having scalping in areas of your lawn that you didn't have it before, and that's due to the lawn getting too thick. A Verticutter is a way to correct that. So this will gently, if you set this up properly, it's going to gently thin out the turf. It's going to vertically cut mow the lawn. It's going to remove a lot of debris. And as far as a non-aggressive way of thinning out the turf that visually you can't really tell that it happened, compared to, say, dethatching or even scalping, verticutting is the way to do it. So if you were trying to thin out your lawn, you could scalp, but that's going to be very obvious because it's going to be brown. It's going to look ugly when you're done with it. Verticutting, if you looked at my my content on YouTube, I've done live streams where I've actually verticut the lawn, and unless you're looking at it, you can barely make out the lines. You can barely make out the grooves that this guy cuts in the lawn as it's thinning it out. You know what I mean? So it's a non-aggressive way of thinning out the turf. It's a way of managing the amount of growth in the lawn. And then you didn't ask about, yeah, that's it. So we covered verticutting, we covered turf raking / scarifying, and we covered verticutting. So as far as the sequence that I do them in, I will, like, say at the end of the month, like the end of last month, what I did is I verticut first, and then I turf raked, and then finally I mowed. I don't even own a dethatcher, and again, for most lawns, I don't recommend them. I don't recommend it because you're just doing a lot of damage and a lot of stress to the turf that you really, for most lawns, don't need to do. So hopefully that helps, Michael. If you want to get even more of verticutting and turf raking and mowing, I will send you a link to my live stream from earlier this year. I think it was on Memorial Day weekend is when I did it. It's like 2 hours, almost 3 hours of me working in the lawn. So if you are bored and want to see it done live, you can check out this link here. Let me see here. So at Michael Kuhn, this guy here, this is verticutting live stream. So check that out after the show's over tonight, and you can see me. I talk about it. I cover each one of the cartridges. You can see the ones that I'm using live, and then I actually do it. And what's cool about that video is if you take the time to watch it, is you'll see how the lawn changes. You'll see how it looks pretty good before, but then you'll see how the stripes become more defined as I verticut it, and then I turf rake it, and then you see how they get even more defined, and then when I mow it, it's like, mwah, it's all done. And the lawn looks better than when I started, even though it's just been through a lot as far as being verticut and turf raked and then finally mowed. So you got that live stream there. Take a look at that. Let me know if you have any other questions. Hopefully I did a decent job explaining it, what they are. But really, as far as what most people need for their lawns, if you can only have one of those cartridges, the turf rake is the one to have. And if you have warm season turf, like Bermuda especially, then a verticutter is a good idea. Verticutter you'd use once per month. Turf rake, you can use that once per week if you want. And the dethatcher, like once and then never. So really, I don't really recommend you use the dethatcher on your lawn regularly. You just don't need it. It's too much stress. All right, so let me see. I have a picture from Platinum Exteriors. He says, I sent you a picture via email. Now, Platinum Exteriors, I certainly hope that you put your name in this, because I do not know which one is you. I'm looking through here. So if you don't mind, email me again and say Platinum, this is Platinum Exteriors, because I don't know which one of these emails is you. So your YouTube handle doesn't match your emails. Put that in the subject line so I'll know it's yours. Okay, next up is Justin Judkins. He says, not only am I spending big bucks on the lawn, but I'm spending $12 at Chick-fil-A. My wife's gonna ban me from your stream soon enough. Hey man, the Chick-fil-A, here's what you do. Here you do, Justin. And if this doesn't work, it's not my fault. But here's what you can do. You can take the approach that your wife takes when she goes out shopping. Like she goes out and she goes and buys something for, whatever it is. And, women say this a lot. They'll be like, oh, I bought XYZ, and they'll often say, but it's for the house. It's for the house. We needed this. It's for the family. It's for the house. For the Chick-fil-A, even though it was $12 a gallon for that gallon of Chick-fil-A, you're not going to drink that all yourself, right? You're going to share it. So it's not just for you. It's for you and the wifey. And if you have kids, they can have some too, So it's not just for you. It's for the family. It's for the house. That's how you can spin that. May or may not work. If it doesn't work, it's the best I got, man. Best I can come up with. And I can't fault you on Chick-fil-A lemonade. I still say that as far as a fast food lemonade goes, I'm sure there are boutique lemonades you can get that are better. If you go to a sit-down restaurant, yes, you can get a better lemonade, I'm sure. But for like a mass-produced, like drive-through fast food lemonade, I'm going to go on record and I think that Chick-fil-A makes the best one, in my opinion. And I'm someone that really likes lemonade. Okay, next up is, we already covered that one, the question about PGR in Texas when it's hot. And next up we have Moro. Okay, Moro Marsilio. He says, hey Ron, question. What is the Biospectrum mix rate? I picked up a bag from Site 1, but I'm a bit confused as the mix rate. Okay, so here's what I would say, Moro. If you got a 4-gallon sprayer, do you have one of those little Dixie spoons, little white plastic spoons? Take like... get some water. Just take whatever. Just take 20 ounces of water or wherever you have. It doesn't have to be. If you have the actual packet like this, let me get it here. If you have, plug my mic back in. If you have this guy, this is the one you got. Although we also have the smaller ones as well too. So you guys want the smaller ones? So the smaller one. Anyway, if you have one of these, you're going to take a plastic spoon, like a little plastic, like picnic spoon, and just take one of those, put it in some water, and get it suspended. Get like a spatula and get it suspended, and then pour that into 4 gallons of water and spray it over 4,000 square feet. So like a plastic spoon of Biospectrum. Don't like heap it up. It doesn't need to be like a big heap. Like a leveled off spoon, plastic spoon of that in a bit of water. Get it suspended, and then pour that mixture in your backpack sprayer. 4 gallons of water. Spray that over 4,000 square feet. And you're done. As far as Biospectrum, we have it in this size, the 17-ounce size, which covers 4 to 5 acres, and then you have it in the smaller size, just 8 ounces, and it's like 2 to 3 acres. So depending on the size of your property, you can go with the big one or you can go with the little one. And as far as that goes, you're not going to if you're a little bit more heavy-handed, you're not really going to hurt anything. You just, if anything, if you use too much, you're really just going to be wasting the product. Is what it's going to amount to. But a plastic spoon, leveled off, put that in some water. Since you have the entire packet, it doesn't really matter how much water you use. But I'd say 15, 20 ounces, just some enough to get it suspended. Mix it, get it suspended. Fill your backpack sprayer up to half full. Pour that in there. Pour that in. Add your other lawn care products, and then go spray. So that should be on the label. I know you got it at Site 1, and I know they are not their product descriptions aren't as good as the product descriptions that we have on the Golf Course Lawn Store, but I think I want to say we have that in here. I want to say that, yeah, so there's so there you go. So if you go to BioSpectrum, even if you didn't buy it from us, you can still use our product descriptions. It's okay. It's okay. We're still friends. If you go to the how to use section, down here, it'll tell you, 1 tablespoon, a quarter of dry ounces to a 4-gallon backpack sprayer. This covers 4,000 square feet. So yeah, just what I was saying, get like a little plastic spoon, one of those, mix it in water, throw that in the tank and go spray. And you're good to go. All right, so hope that helps, Moro. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to let me know. All right, so we have another super chat, one from Mr. Luis Ayabareño. Thank you so much, Luis.
Super chat received.
He says, joining late, Mow Friday, helping neighbor with lawn conditioning tomorrow to include a soil test. Nice, very cool. Also, apologies if I missed it, but Ron, what is your final verdict on the organic 444? Thanks. I like it. I like it a lot. I use it on the front lawn this season. Love the results I got with it. It's not a synthetic fertilizer, so it does take the first application. So when I noticed the difference between it and Humic Max was really in the first app. So when I used the organic, when I did Humic Max on the back lawn and then the 444 on the front lawn, I started seeing a color response on the back lawn sooner. But now really, since I've been applying it every month, it's been the same, right? I'm applying it once per month, and really between the front lawn and the back lawn, you really can't tell a difference from a standpoint of color. You'd say, well, this one is using obviously a much better fertilizer than this section of the lawn. It's been working really well. So the ramp up or the color response with it is slower than Humic Max or the Stress 12024 or the Complete 14714, which is to be expected because one's a synthetic fertilizer and one is organic. But once you get it in the soil, and if you're applying it monthly, it's a great product. Yeah, and it's also got, it's got more humic acid, more humate in it than the 12024 and the Complete. Not quite as much as Humic Max, but it's a great complement. You know what I mean? So I'll show you what I'm talking about here. If you go to shop and then lawn fertilizer, like this, as far as synthetic fertilizers, I would argue this is about as good as money can buy. It's really good stuff, like any of the Lebanon ferts. And then for an OMRI listed organic fertilizer, again, the truly organic, it's OMRI listed. You can use this on your lawn. You can use it in gardens. You can wherever you want to use it. You can. This is a great option as well. And again, the only thing I would say is at the beginning of the season, when you start out, this is going to take a little bit longer to show a color response. But once you get through that initial application, if you're doing it every month, it's going to be, there's not really a material difference between them. They both do a great job. The prill on that one is a lot bigger than what's on the prill size of Humic Max or the greens grade. So if you've ever used Essential G, Luis, then the prill size of the premium organic is around the same size as the prill for Essential G. Whereas, you look at Humic Max, you look at Humic Max Prill and then the greens grade fertilizers, and this doesn't really show it well. This is a better example. If you look at, this is what standard fertilizer looks like, and this is what Humic Max looks like. So you see how much smaller this is compared to this, and then if you compare it to the greens grade, it's even a bigger difference. So this is what most fertilizer looks like, and this is what the 12024 looks like. So you can see huge difference. Literally, you apply this stuff and it just disappears. It just drops right down into the soil where it needs to be, and helps you get a color response a bit faster. Good stuff. Thank you so much for the super chat, sir. Let me scroll up now and find out where I left off so that we can continue on. All right, next up is Leo Garcia. He says, Hey, Ron, just want to let you know that I increased the watering as you suggested and added hydrotane, and my lawn is about 80% back. Thank you. Awesome. Glad to hear that, Leo. Tell you, nothing really beats water, right? So water, and then also using a moisture manager to help you get more out of your water to help it last a bit longer is a good idea, a good plan. So I'm glad to hear that your lawn is bouncing back, that it's recovering nicely from the stress that it was facing. So good stuff. Keep it up. And for next year, what I would say is this, Leo, and this is for anyone that lives in a part of the country that tends to get like really hot weather, is if you can start applying a moisture manager before temperatures get really out of hand. So if you're gonna, like, say you're in Texas or even here in Georgia where it gets hot, um, getting hydrotane in the soil, like in May timeframe, worst case the beginning of June, is a good idea because it's going to help. What it does, it takes the edge off. So if you let a lawn get heat stressed and then you're trying to get it to recover, it's harder to do that versus not letting it get there in the first place. So using hydrotane is going to help the lawn resist going into heat stress because it's going to hold on to more moisture. It's going to make more moisture available to the plant. So your chances of the lawn seeing heat stress is going to be reduced. And it's like one of those things. It's better for it to be in the soil before you need it versus trying to apply it when you do see the symptoms. You know what I mean? So just a small little tip, something to consider for next season that should help you get a better result with keeping your lawn more consistent throughout the growing season. All right, next up is Adam Carter. He says, I try to level my new Zoysia. Actually, no, we're going to answer this one. So see, this is what comment that we had before. It's getting a little bit jumbled, so we will go on. Robert's in the house. He says, Robert Rainey says, evening, everyone. What's going on, Robert? Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for coming to hang out. And then next up, you know what? I got to find, I wish you'd sent me he sent me a before and after picture of how his lawn used to be years ago. And I don't have it. If you can, Robert, if you're still on the live stream, if you can, send me the picture. You sent a picture of what his lawn looked like before he started doing this program, like the golf course lawn program, real mowing, and everything else, versus what it looks now. I mean, you're a quick guy, so you can probably show me if you can put together quickly, like one of showing what your lawn looked like before and then how it sits today. That would be awesome to show everybody. But again, if you don't have it now, we can always do it next week. But just that would be cool to show everyone. All right, next up is TR Play 1. He says, use a water hose instead of a leveling rake, and you can cover a large area quickly. I guess. I mean, I don't know that a water hose is. I mean, it could work okay. I've never actually tried that, so I can't say how well that would work. But the thing is, if you go even a little bit heavy, I don't know how well a water hose is going to do as far as like planing or moving the material around. Like a leveling rake has some weight to it, right? If you ever picked one of these up, they are purposefully a bit heavy, so that when you lay it on the soil on the surface and you're moving it, it literally just moves. It does a better job moving the sand around and getting it into the low spots in your lawn. I don't know that a water hose is going to work quite as well for that. I think I could see that after you've got the major leveling done with a rake, and then if you want to use drag the entire lawn with a water hose, that could be okay. Maybe as a way to help expose like the tips of the grass. But as a way to do like the major leveling, I don't believe that would be as good as a leveling rake because it's just not. It's not heavy enough. It's not, if you got an inch or two of sand when you dump it out, a water hose is not going to do a good job moving that in evenly. So I would say leveling rake, and then if you want to try the watering hose, sure. DeMarculos Thompson is up next. He says, greetings, Ron and lawn crew. Can spectacle flow and pillar be used together? Fall prep. Let me think about that. I've never done that combination, DeMarculos. I don't see why not. I don't see why you couldn't do them both together. The only way I would do that though is if you are dealing with some kind of lawn or some kind of disease problem in the lawn now. Like so the window for doing spectacle is opening up. So like next weekend through mid-September be a good time to get your fall pre-emergent down. Like if you're fighting a lawn disease issue as well and you want to also put out some pillar SC as well along with it, I'm not opposed to that. But really, if you're trying to use pillar SC as a preventative to prevent spring dead spot, I would wait until October. I would do your spectacle like next week or a week after, but I would wait until the beginning of October to do pillar SC for your first app and then do your second app in November. So it depends on why you're doing it. If you've got a disease problem and you're just trying to save time, sure, go for it. But I would not do a September application of Pillar with the goal of helping to prevent spring dead spot, because really I think you should wait a little bit later into the fall to do it. So October, November is when I would say get your preventative fungicide down to help prevent spring dead spot. And your pre-emergent for fall, you really want to be applying that late August, early September timeframe if you're in the Southeast United States. If you're in like Georgia and you're my part of the country, that is when I like to get that done. So hope that helps. I can't see a reason. I'm trying to think of a reason why you could not mix them, and I'm not really coming across any Demarculus. So what I would say is this: just to be safe, do a jar test. So get like a mason jar, put some water in it, put a little bit of Spectacle Flow, a little bit of Pillar SC, which has a pretty expensive jar test, right? Because the products are expensive. But just do that just to see if there's not any weird interactions or anything like that. I don't think there's going to be, but it's worth doing that versus mixing up 4 gallons of this stuff and then find out you've got some kind of a problem. So that's the only thing I would tell you is to do a jar test before you blend them, but I don't think you're really going to have an issue. All right, next up is Casey Baker. He says, best thing to use to kill Bermuda mites in Bermuda. A lot of people have had good results with Delta Guard, Casey. I've not used it myself personally, but I've recommended it to folks and they've had good results with it because I've not had to deal with Bermuda mites in my lawn. So if you're interested in that, I will send you a link here now to that. It's a granular product by Bayer, and that is what I would recommend for Bermuda mites. So at Casey Baker, Bermuda mite control. How about that? There you go. Cool. So give that a go. Let me know how it works out for you. Robert's on here on the gram too, man. You're on 2 places. That's cool. All right, next up is John Williams. He says, hey, Ron, please help. How do I beat this doveweed in my centipede here in Georgia? I have some Celsius that I have not tried yet. Will that work on the heavy rate? I also have prodiamine. Will this help prevent? So yeah, I'm not sure prodiamine is labeled for doveweed, but as far as Celsius and doveweed, yes, it might take more than one application, but if you apply it at the higher rate, the heavier rate, Celsius will control doveweed. I did that. I used it successfully last year. Actually, it's a little short showing it the effects it had on doveweed. So yes, Celsius will do it. Another herbicide for doveweed is one called Blindside. I believe it will also control doveweed. But yes, so to answer your question, yes, Celsius will do it. You have to use the higher rate, and it may take more than one app. Like in my case, I did 2 rounds. I did two applications of it, and that got rid of it. So yeah. And as far as pre-emergent, if prodiamine will prevent it, I do not know. I don't think so. Let me see. I don't know if prodiamine is labeled to prevent doveweed. I'm curious, so let's find out together. Let's see if it's on the label. I think you need like a specialty herbicide for pre-emergent for doveweed. I don't think prodiamine is going to do it. Let me see. Dove. Yep. No, it's not on the label. So I don't know what pre-emergent you can use for doveweed. For doveweed, John. I have to look into that. I don't know. But yeah, Blindside or Celsius. Celsius will control it as well at the higher rate. And what I mean by the higher rate is if you have one of these, like the individual use packets, right? This is 0.226 ounces of Celsius. This at the high rate, you'll mix this with 2 gallons of water. That rate will control doveweed. Be sure to use some surfactant with it, like a spreader sticker that we carry on the store here. So you would want to use, I'll show you. You want to use Celsius, and you'll want to add some surfactant with it. So these 2 with Celsius at the higher rate will control doveweed. Again, it may take more than one application, but that will do the trick. I've had good results. With that. And given that it's Celsius, you're not going to discolor the chance of you discoloring your lawn while you control the doveweed is a lot less than using other herbicides that are labeled for it. So hope that helps. All right, next up we have Melvin Otta. He says, hey, Ron, when are you going to do your pre-emergent? And how do you mix prodiamine and a 4-gallon backpack sprayer? Thank you. All right, so as far as the question is when I'm going to do pre-emergent, it's going to be next weekend. That's when I'm planning. We'll see. Things might change, but next weekend is when I'm planning to do my pre-emergent. As far as how to mix prodiamine it depends on the rate you're trying. Depends on how you want to apply it. So whenever I do use prodiamine, I tend to apply it once at the higher end of the application rate. So for depending on your grass type, the rate changes. For Bermuda grass, it is 0.83 ounces per 1,000 square feet. That is the annual limit for prodiamine. And then for cool season grass, it varies, but it's around like half an ounce. It's like 0.55 ounces is the annual limit for prodiamine for a lot of cool season grasses. But again, you have to check the label because it varies from grass type to grass type. But for Bermuda, it's 0.83. So if you were going to, let's say you were going to mix prodiamine, you're only going to do one application and you're going to do it at the higher end of the application rate. You could apply it at a rate of 0.8 ounces per 1,000 square feet. So that would be 3.2 ounces of it weighed out, and you mix that with 4 gallons of water and spray that over 4,000 square feet. So what you need to do, I don't have my scale here next to me, but if you watch, I've got videos on showing how to do this. But you're going to get yourself like an ounce scale, like a precision scale, and you're going to weigh out 0.8 ounces times 4, right? Because you got a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, and that means, so you're going to be spraying 4,000 square feet. So 0.8 times 4 is 32 ounces, right? Or 3.2 ounces, not 32, 3.2 ounces. So you weigh out 3.2 dry ounces of prodiamine, and then you will take your backpack sprayer, fill it halfway, 3/4 of the way full with water, add the prodiamine to the tank, and then start mixing it, getting it suspended. So you can use a drill to do that. If you're strong, you can put the cap on and get it and start shaking it, get it suspended really well. Again, you really want to do a good job shaking it because what will happen is the water dispersible granules, like prodiamine in water dispersible granule formers, these little yellow pellets. And if you pour it in the tank and just let it sit there, it will settle at the bottom, and it won't be evenly distributed throughout the amount of water you have in the tank. So you want to have a fair amount of water in the tank, again, half full to 3/4 full. Add the prodiamine and then shake it a lot, or use a drill with like a paint stick on the end of it, and you really get it suspended. Add your marker dye if you want to do that as well. Add any other products that you're spraying along with it. So if you want to spray like a biostimulant along with it, you can do that. If you want to spray a fertilizer along with it, you can do that. But the big thing is to get it suspended and to keep it suspended. So right now we're at a tank that's like 3/4 of the way full with 3.2 ounces of prodiamine in the tank. So once you got it suspended to where it looks fairly even, you're going to take the cap off, continue filling it all the way up, put the cap back on, and then shake it again. So make sure you get that additional water you added, well distributed throughout the tank, and then go out and spray your lawn. So that's how you do it. I've got tons of videos on how to mix pre-emergent. I'm see if I can find a good one for you, Melvin. If you just go to my channel, like Ron Henry pre-emergent, you should get a lot of different videos on that topic. I've got a bunch of them. So yeah, there's according to Google, there's like 19 different videos on how to mix pre-emergent that I've done. Okay, so yeah, go with, I think this is one that you can watch. That I think that covers the water dispersible granules. Yeah, so at Melvin and this guy. And then if you want to see a video that shows both the granular and the liquid that I did over at Real Rollers Turf Park a couple years back, then this video also shows the same thing, using a precision scale, weighing it out, and mixing it and then spraying it. So yeah, so there you go. There's another video. And as far as the spray tip you're going to want to use, you're going to want to use one of these guys. You're going to want to use a flood jet tip, so a tip that can produce a larger droplet size. So one that looks like this, one that looks like this, and you can find that in the description of those videos. So if you go through the description, there's tons of links in there. One of the links will take you to where you can pick one of these guys up. So yeah, so hope that helps, sir. If you have any questions, let me know, but that video should get you squared away. It's really not hard. The big thing with prodiamine, unlike most products, is that it tends to settle really quickly if you just let it sit in the tank. So you really want to make sure there's plenty of water in there, add it to the tank, get it suspended, and really mix it really well, finish filling it, and then go out and spray the lawn. Don't like mix it up and then let it sit on the, on your patio for like an hour or whatever before you go spray the lawn, because you have to shake it all over again. So hope that helps. Watch those 2 videos. If you need anything else, let me know. And I like it. I like where your mind is, sir. I like the fact that you're already thinking about your pre-emergent, because that way it saves you from having to use expensive herbicides like Certainty and others to get rid of weeds. It's better to prevent weeds in the first place than try and control them after the fact. All right, next up is John. He's back. He says, how long do you recommend me cut centipede grass here in Georgia? And also, should I raise the height of cut at certain times of the year? Centipede grass, I don't know, John. I don't have a centipede lawn. I've never mowed centipede grass. I can tell you, Bermuda, I maintain the same height of cut throughout the entire season. So like this year, my lawn has been at 3/4 of an inch all year long. You know what I mean? Like between 0.7 and 0.75. But I mean, within 5/100ths of an inch, it's been pretty much the same height all year. And going into the fall, it's in the winter, it's going to be the same thing. I don't grow my lawn longer in the summertime or in the wintertime. I just leave it the same height all year. And it works well for me. I don't really have any issues with it. If you live in a part of the country where where winters get a bit colder, then maybe there could be something for letting it grow a little bit longer in the wintertime. Like here in Georgia, we had a couple of lawns that like a lot of the lawns took a little bit longer to wake up, and some of them had some injury due to the really cold winter we had, and also like we had like in the spring a period there where it got in the 20s in March, which was not good when the grass was trying to wake up. But in general, Bermuda tolerates it fairly well. Again, I keep mine at 3/4 of an inch year round, and it's just fine. I can't say for centipede grass whether or not you should raise the height of cut in the fall or going in the winter or not. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to answer that one. I do not know. All right, next up is Kevin Sheehan. He says, actually, no, we got a live stream. We have a super chat here. Let me get that really quick. But Kevin says, bang the thumbs up, y'all. Yeah, definitely do that, guys. If you guys are enjoying the show and want to support the channel, hit that like button. It's free to do. It's a great way to support the channel. It costs you absolutely nothing. All right, Get to Liz is up next. She says,
Super chat received.
She says, so my Bermuda lawn is getting tore up due to installation of our in-ground pool. Yikes. Construction gravel everywhere. Any advice on how to recover the yard after pool construction? What would you do? Yeah, so here's the thing. I've seen, like, my neighbor that's behind me did exactly what you're doing. He had like a Bermuda lawn and he did a pool. And what I'd say, Liz, is don't bother looking at the lawn when they're doing the pool construction. It is going to be absolutely destroyed. As far as how to recover from it, you got a couple of options. I mean, the areas that are not messed up from it, those areas will recover. Like wherever the pool is not, the Bermuda will eventually recover and fill in. You could use this as an opportunity to do a renovation if you wanted to. So say if you wanted to switch to Homa 31 or some other cultivar, the lawn's going to be destroyed anyway. Once they're done with the pool work, if you wanted to kill off the existing sod and bring something else in, you could do that. Or you could just wait. I mean, like literally after they're done running heavy equipment over it, if it's not all smothered in dirt, like if the Bermuda grass is still exposed to the sunlight, it will recover. It's going to come back. Bermuda is very, very difficult to kill, even when you want to kill it. So it's really your call as far as what you want, what kind of grass you want to have, and what you want the lawn to look like when you're done. If you like your grass, like if you like your lawn how it is now, I would say once they're finished, just give it time and it will recover. As far as bringing additional sod in, I am not a fan of doing that. Like I've not had good results with, like, say your lawn's Tifway, right? I have not had good results with getting Tifway from somewhere else that's not from the same sod farm that initially put your existing grass came from, and having them match. Some people do that and it works well. In my case, I have not experienced that. And then my neighbor who did that also didn't experience that. Literally his lawn, and it's been like 15 years since he did this sod installation, right? So you'd think that by now they'd match up. They still don't. Like if you go and look at it, you can literally see where the original sod was and where the sod that he brought in meet, and they're both supposedly Tifway 419. So what I would say is, once you're done with the construction, if you want the grass to match, if you're really picky about that, then let your existing sod grow back in. If there's a few areas that are a little bit more bare and thin, if you want to transfer plugs to those areas, you can do that. Or if you want to resod the entire lawn, I would say kill it off, like get rid of it, kill it, like, glyphosate the entire lawn, burn it down, and then bring in new grass, whether it be zoysia, Bermuda, or whatever you decide to go with. So hope that helps. Don't look at the lawn when they're doing it. I'm not sure if they've started the renovation yet, but you have no idea how bad it's going to get. Like however bad you think it can be from them tearing up your lawn, it's going to be like many orders of magnitude worse than that. So it's going to be absolutely destroyed, but it will come back. So don't worry about it. All right. Thank you for the super chat though. I mean, I know appreciate all the love and support, and hopefully I didn't, depress you too much with my answer, but I just wanted to level set that it's not gonna, there's not any neat way to put a pool into an existing lawn. So yeah. All right, next up we have, let's see here. We have Gary Kelly Jr., where he says, happy Friday, Ron. Put some finally got the PGR to kick in. It's awesome. Cool. Good stuff. Then Moro is up next. He said, Ron, I just applied some Speed Zone for southern lawns, but I did not use surfactant, and I used the white flood jet tip. Did I mess up? What would be a good rule of thumb on surfactant rate? Yeah, so for Speed Zone, I would use I wouldn't use the flood jet tip. I would have used the foliar spray tip. That's what I would use for applying Speed Zone. And as far as surfactant, I want to say for high yield spreader sticker, they call for 1 or 2 teaspoons per gallon. I believe that's right. Let me look at the label here. I'll tell you what it says. Yeah, 1 to 2 teaspoons per gallon is what it says. So what I do is, because I use it often enough, is within 4 gallons of water, I'll pour it and I'll do like 1 Mississippi, and that's good. Like 1 Mississippi, and then that works well for me. But if you're really being precise, 1 teaspoon per gallon of water is what you want to use for your surfactant. If you go too heavy, that's when you'll start to get discoloration when you're using a herbicide like Celsius or Certainty. So in other words, a herbicide that normally would not discolor your lawn, if you go heavy with surfactant, it becomes more likely that you're going to see some temporary injury. So it is in your best interest, especially this time of year when it's really hot, to stick to that rate. Like, if anything, err closer to the 1 teaspoon per gallon versus going a bit heavier. So hope that helps. And did you mess up with going with the flood jet tip? I mean, it's not ideal, but it's already down, right? So next time you just know. Next time use this. Do I have one here? Yeah. Next time use this spray tip instead, Moro. This guy. The foliar tip. Use that guy. Use this guy instead of this guy. This one? No. This one? Yes. For foliar-based herbicides anyway. Okay. Next up is James Smith. He says, the rest of the yard is Tiff Tough Bermuda grass, and the temps are about the same as Flowery Branch. We will have a project next spring/summer to either backfill or build a wall or something. Sounds like a plan. All right. Next up is Oliver Ridham. He says, I just want to say that Celsius and Certainty didn't discolor my lawn in this 100+ degree heat. I applied at the 0.226 ounce per 2,000 square foot rate and 3 small scoops per 2,000 square feet. Surfactant was a 2-second pour for 4 gallons. Cool. Yeah, man. Yeah, Oliver. Yeah. So that's the thing. I mean, surfactant is the thing that will, going too heavy with the surfactant is the thing that's going to cause the discoloration if you're using Celsius and Certainty. I mean, they are not inexpensive herbicides, but as far as the tagline will kill weeds or control weeds without killing your grass, it's really hard to beat Celsius and Certainty for warm season turf. It's not an inexpensive blend to spray, but for people that are really discriminating about their lawns and really picky, and they don't want, they want the weeds gone, but they don't want their lawn dead, or they want leaving their lawn to be discolored, it's Celsius and Certainty are really what it's really hard to beat that. And again, with you being, I think, in either Oklahoma or Texas, you have 100+ degree temps and you didn't get any discoloration. Love to hear that. Sounds like you did it right, sir. Next up is John Williams. He says, in Savannah, I'm in Savannah with Centipede. Can I go ahead and spray some prodiamine? Soon, John. If you want to give it another week or so, you'd be fine to do that. As far as the most correct answer is, if your soil temps are in the low 70s and trending cooler, that is when you want to get your prodiamine down. You want to get your pre-emergent in the soil before the average soil temps are in the mid to high 60s. That's when you start having germination with the cool season weeds that are a pain to deal with. As far as some more guidance on that, if you go to resources and then blog, we have a live stream from a couple of weeks ago that covers fall weed control. It talks all about pre-emergent, talks all about post-emergent herbicides for both warm and cool season grass. So if you want a guide to fall weed control, read this. Talks about common weeds in the fall. Poa annua obviously has to make. You got henbit, and Poa annua is obviously going to make mention. But yes, I will. I'll share this with you as well, so you have something to to reference if you want to learn more about fall pre-emergent. But really, the most correct answer is before soil temps are in the the high 60s, the average soil temps anyway. So that's why, because I'm, my mantra, a little bit early is better than a little bit late when it comes to pre-emergent. As soon as the average soil temps are in the low 70s going cooler, I'm like, okay, time to get my pre-emergent down, because putting it down a week or two early is not as bad as putting it down a week or two late. A week or two late is going to be a problem. A week or two early, no real issue. All right, so at John Williams, this is the fall pre-emergent guide. I'll just abbreviate it. Pre-em guide. There you go. All right. Cool. Jim Caldwell says, happy Friday, Ron. It's F1 weekend. Oh, that's right. F1 is finally back. Their summer break's over. Thank goodness, man. Thank goodness. It'll be interesting to see, right? I mean, it's probably still going to be the Max Verstappen show, but it'll be cool to see if any of the other teams have been able to close the gap a bit. You know what I mean? To give at least challenge Red Bull a little bit, right? Make somewhat of a season out of it. Okay, Michael Anger says, what's the cost of that Revolution mower? I don't know what the final price is going to be. I know it's going to be, I'll put it this way, I could give you a range. It's going to be more than $2,000 and less than $3,000. How's that? And I believe he's running, whenever he starts opening up for pre-orders, like if you pre-order the mower, which I believe is going to be whenever he tells you soon, then you'll be able to, if you pre-order it, you're going to get it at the reduced price. And then after the pre-orders are over, you'll get it at the regular price. And what that pre-order price is going to be and what the regular price is going to be, I'm not sure. I think he said it in this video, Michael, but I don't want to misstate and say it's going to be like $15.99, and then he's going to be mad at me and say, Ron, what the Hades, man? How you got all these people calling me and they're all trying to get real mowers for a price that I obviously can't sell it for. So I don't want to put out bad information as far as the price of his mower. So reach out to Lee at Real Rollers and they will get the answer for you. If you watch this, if you got 30 minutes after the live stream or tomorrow, whenever you're just kicking back doing a whole lot of nothing, you can watch this live stream, which I believe he says what the pre-order price and then the regular price will be in this video. So let me see, at Michael Anger, and that video will is when I was interviewing him, is when he mentions it. So take a look at that, and I believe that will get you the answer you're looking for. All right, James says Real Rollers has an image and announcement video on their site now for the Revolution 26. Nice, they do. Let me check it out. Let's see, what kind of you say there's a video now. You say, huh? I don't know. I don't see. Maybe they listed it. Oh, announcement video. Let's see. Ooh, that's loud. I'll have to take a look here and see if I can. It might be the same one that I did with him, or maybe they did something different. Yeah, it's that one. It's the same one. The one that I just linked in the chat is the announcement video. So yeah, so go to Reroller's website, or the video I just put in the link is the one that James Smith is talking about. And for those of you on the gram that want to see the same video, this guy here is the Revolution 26 announcement video. I think you guys are really going to like the mower. It's I've mowed with it a bit, and I do like it. It cuts well. It's got a lot going for it. Next up is Jim Schmid. He says, Ron, follow up from the earlier post. In Northeast Florida, we have probably 2 months of growth. Okay to apply the Carbon Kit every 2 weeks. Just order today. Woohoo. Yeah, you're good to go, Jim. The rule is this. As long as your grass is actively growing, as long as you're still out there mowing it, you're still good to feed it. So if you want to, you're still good to fertilize it, both the granular fertilizer product, and you're still good to spray it with, in your case, the Carbon Kit, which is a fertilizer and biostimulant blend, depending on which kit you got. So yeah, you're good to go, man. Keep giving it the good stuff. It will love you for it. And then James is up. Nope, it's not for me. And then Jonathan Daza is up next. He says, hey Ron, coming out of summer, do I need to apply a fungicide or insecticide for my turf top tall fescue lawn? Looks great, but not sure what's needed. So the fungicide, I would say no. I mean, unless you have something going on in the lawn, I wouldn't say fungicide. There are people that like to do 2 applications of insecticide throughout the year. So the insecticide that I use on my lawn, Jonathan, is a product called Acelepryn. I apply this typically once per year, which is in late March, early April timeframe. But I'm the minority in that. Most people that use this will apply it around the time when I do it, again, like April timeframe, and they'll also apply it again in July, late July, early August timeframe for armyworm control. So if there were anything you were going to do, I would say a Celiprin. I would say a Celiprin out of those two is what I would say to go with. Unless you've got a disease problem in your lawn, I wouldn't go out and put a fungicide down. You know what I mean? There's just no reason to put that. I mean, one, it's expensive, and then second, if you don't need it, why use it, right? There's that. And if you're looking to where you can get a Celiprin, we've got a couple different options for it. If you go to shop and then fungicide and insecticide, and you scroll down on the top shelf, you've got it in granular form in a Celiprin G, and you've got it in liquid form in a Celiprin SC. Both are equally effective. You have easier control over application rates with the liquid product, so it just depends on which one you're more comfortable with. I primarily use the liquid. So, so hope that helps. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. And yeah, insecticide, yes. Fungicide, only if you need it. Next up is Jim Caldwell. He says, I'm one of the test 10 for the Real Roller Revolution. I have a sloped front yard and I am having 0 issues, although I do not believe I am as severely sloped as your yard. Cool, that's good to know. Because yeah, at the turf park, there is, on the Bermuda plot, there is a slope. So we have tested like mowing it on that. I've not tested it on my slope. But if you got one of them, Jim, I have no reason to believe that the mower wouldn't work well. I mean, here's the thing. It's a 26-inch wide mower and it's very solidly built. Like it's like a true cut, like the build quality of a true cut. It's built like a tank. It's a really, really solidly built mower. When you pick it up, or you're not gonna pick it up, but when you start moving it or manipulating it, it's just really solid. Like, you have some mowers you move around, they can kind of creak sometimes. Not this thing. It's built like a tank. So I have no reason to believe that it would not cut well on a slope. I'm not sure if yours has the new grooved roller, the one that it's going to ship with, Jim. But yeah, that the grooved roller that Lee has made for it, because it's a custom groove roller. Like, if you get because Massport is a company that makes the original version of that mower. The Real Roller version is custom, like it's going to be the only one of its type. And the grooved roller on that thing is massive. It's heavy. So reach out to Lee. I mean, he'll give you more details about it, but that grooved roller really does have that mower settle down and really improves the quality of cut. So again, I think you guys are really going to like it. All right, next up is Nyan. Nyan says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. I am not sure if I have mole crickets and they are tearing up the yard, but I have tried Talstar. Not much luck. Any suggestions to figure out? Is it a question or to control them? I don't know, Nyan. I mean, I don't know. I think the Delta card is for Bermuda mites. I don't know if it'll do mole crickets. What is it? What is it for mole crickets? There's a different product for that, and it escapes me now, Nyan. Let's see. You said you use Talstar, used bifenthrin. I don't know. If you use Talstar and that's not controlling it, do you have a picture of what it is, of like what of the insect that's in your lawn, like what's doing the damage? If you do have that and you want to send me a picture of it, my email is this one, ron@golfcourselawn.com. If you take a picture of it, send that to me, and I'll do my best to help you out. If I don't know what it is, I've got some resources that I can share it with, and they'll definitely know what it is. So yeah, just send me a picture of it if you can do that, and we'll get you squared away. It might not be mole crickets. It might be something else. You know what I mean? It might be something else. Maybe something like a Celiprin, depending on what you're dealing with, might be a better choice. But send me a picture first. Let's look at it, and we'll get you squared away. Next up is Lon Struhl. He says, I was at University Town Center Mall in Sarasota, Florida recently, and the grass was just so even, seemed like a mixture of Bermuda and St. Augustine. I noticed some was cut low and others high. What do you know? Okay, sounds cool, I guess. Next up is Shortgrass. Says, my outlet verticutter is coming tomorrow, hopefully. Hopefully this will help with the scalping because my Bermuda looks awful. PGR cutting twice per week and is growing like crazy. I guess I need to cut more frequently. Yeah, that's what's happening. Short grass this time of year, man. When it's growing really aggressively. If you've not verticut it, if you've not done something to thin out the turf a little bit, I'm not surprised that you're having scalping issues. Especially, here's how you can tell if you're having scalping problems in an area that in May timeframe, like April, May, maybe even early June, there was no scalping, there was no problems at all. But now you're starting to see scalping in those spots. That's a good sign that the lawn needs to be thinned out, and verticutting is the gentlest, the most gentle way to do that. That, from an appearance standpoint, doesn't look like the lawn just got scalped. So yeah, I think once you get it and you run that on the lawn, you'll see an improvement in the cut quality, and hopefully the scalping issue that you're dealing with will get better. You say you're mowing twice a week. I mean, if you can increase your mowing frequency, that would be good. I mean, I mow every other day. Like, I mean, that's one because I just enjoy doing it. That's how I think, and I like mowing grass. I don't know. I'm crazy. I'm broken that way, right? So I don't know what would happen if I went to cutting twice a week. So if I did twice a week, what would that look like? That would be like mowing tomorrow, Saturday, and it'd be like mowing like Wednesday. Oh no, I can't do it. Like Wednesday. Nah, maybe if I'm sick, but I can't. Like that's too much time. So yeah. Increase your mowing. Try that. I mean, yes, use the verticutter, but also try just adding another day of mowing if you can. I know it's more work, but try that. Or you can raise the height of cut. Those are your options. Your options are increase the mowing or raise your height of cut. So for me, I would just mow more. All right, next up is Paige Luton. She says, hello, Ron and listeners. Paige from Jacksonville, Florida. As fall approaches, what should I use for St. Augustine grass? I'm cutting every 2 days. When you say what should you use, what do you mean? I mean, if you're talking about pre-emergent, you should use pre-emergent on your St. Augustine lawn. We've got several that we carry on the golf course lawn store. You can use like prodiamine is a good option. If you are talking about feeding your lawn, as long as it's still growing, like you sound like you're still mowing it every 2 days, you should keep feeding it. So you can keep fertilizing the lawn. So it really depends on what you mean by what you should be doing now. Given that you're still mowing, here's what I would do. I would make sure that you're still feeding the lawn. So a good fertilizer. So Humic Max is very well received. Great option. Your soil test results will tell you what is the best fertilizer fit for your soil. Without a soil test, I would not do the complete 14-7-14. I'm really not a fan of having people put phosphorus into the soil unless they have a soil test that says they need it. So either one of these, Humic Max or the Stress 12 024, either one of those, I'd be fine with you using blind. If I had a choice between the two, I would go with Humic Max because I mean, great product. But they're both good, but I mean, Humic Max is just really, really, really nice. It's my favorite fertilizer. And then outside of that, for pre-emergent, if you go to different sections, so weed killers and then pre-emergent, you will see you got prodiamine in granular form and prodiamine in liquid. If you're new to lawn care, you just want the easy button, I would say just go ahead and get yourself a bag of the granular. It's going to be easier to apply. There's going to be a spreader setting on there. You just put that down and you're good to go. So this I would do whenever, again, average soil temps are in the low 70s, trending cooler. So given that you're in Jacksonville, by mid-September, mid second week of September is when I would look into doing your pre-emergent. Again, a bit early is not going to really hurt anything. And yeah, that's it. And just keep up with your mowing. So fertilize it and mow it. Feed it and mow it. And then use your pre-emergent to keep weeds at bay if at all possible. So yeah, hope that helps. Next up is James Smith. I'll leave that alone. Next was McNasty Motorsports. He says, James Smith, question about storing products in a hot garage. Here in Texas, I haven't noticed any drawbacks other than some partially filled gallon bottles swelling. That's a good point too. If you don't have a bottle, like if you have some fertilizer products or some particularly biostimulant products and they don't have like the breathable caps, you can get some swelling. So that is a thing too. Good point, McNasty. I didn't think about that. John Williams, he says, hey, Ron, can you help me beat this dove weed in my centipede grass here in Georgia? I have some Celsius that I can use. Do you think I can get good kill with the heavy rate? What do you think? Yeah, John. So Celsius at the heavy rate with surfactant will control doveweed. It may take more than one application, but it will do it. By the heavy rate, if you have one of these packets, so 0.226 ounces, so one of these with 2 gallons of water will cover up to 2,000 square feet. But if you're using it for spot spraying, that still equates to the heavy rate. A little bit of surfactant, and you should get some good control over that doveweed. What you might find is in 3 weeks, you may have to do a follow-up application, but then that should get it under control. So hope that helps. And John Williams, and what time is it? It's 9:42. Cool. All right. So yes, hope that helps, John. If you have any other questions, let me know. Just realize that it may take more than one app to get the control. All right. Next up, we have Brew Cruise Fishing. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron. Shaking and bacon in Texas." Shaking, literally shaking and baking, right? Literally shaking and baking. This summer heat has been brutal. It's funny, man. You know, Alex texted me today when it was like in the 90s. He says, "Man, this heat is something else." I'm like, "Yeah, man, tell me about it. It's really hot." And you know, we were complaining about high 90s, whereas you guys are triple digits, like low 100s is a cool period for you guys. So it's always relative, right? Always relative. Cool, guys. The guys and gals on the gram, I appreciate you guys hanging out and supporting the show. Thanks so much for that. Real Yard Solutions just joined. What's going on? Hopefully you're doing well. And next up, we have, I already answered that question. And next, I've got Jim Schmid. He says, "Hey, Ron, new Tiff Tuff laid down in March in Northeast Florida. Showing up well, but not dense. After soil test applying 1808 for 3 consecutive months, now on third app of PGR. Anything else to help with density? Mowing frequency. Believe it or not, Jim, the more frequently you mow your grass, that is going to encourage it to grow. It's going to cause it to get thicker. So I don't know how often you're mowing your lawn, but if you can, I always say twice per week, minimum twice per week is the barrier for entry for having an amazing lawn. You got to get out there at least twice a week. If you're mowing it less than that, if you can increase your mowing by just adding just one more day throughout the week, that's going to help it thicken up. It's going to help it look better. In Florida, you got plenty of heat, plenty of sunlight. If the lawn is not getting any shade, that's another thing too. If the Bermuda and shade are like ice cream and mayonnaise, they just don't go together. So if the only thing I would say is make sure that the Bermuda is getting plenty of sunlight, and outside of that, just keep mowing it, man. So between feeding it and mowing it, that's all it really should take to get it to really thicken up. And you're already using growth regulator, which is also going to encourage the lawn to get thicker. So just, I'd say maybe try increasing your mowing because you didn't tell me how often you are at this point. All right, Moro is up next. He says, "Ron, I have coastal and spectacle flow. Could I alternate them? Which one for fall and which one for spring?" I would use one or the other in the fall. I really wouldn't use either of them in the spring. Some people use spectacle in the spring, but I don't like to use it in the spring because it can slow down your green up depending on the rate that you apply it with. So of those two, I would use spectacle. I would just use spectacle because like coastal is not better than spectacle flow, like really in any way. Well, let me think about that. How is coastal better? I mean, I guess amazoquin. So it's got a post-emergent herbicide in coastal. So if you had some weeds in your lawn, that amazoquin, that image is labeled to control, you would get some benefit there. But if you're doing it right, like if you're applying pre-emergent here in like late August, early September, spectacle is by far the one that I would go with. Like you look at the lawns around here that don't have weeds in their lawn, all throughout the winter and into the springtime, they're using spectacle. Like the lawn care services are spraying spectacle on it. They're not spraying straight prodiamine. They're using spectacle flow because it's in warm season turf. It's really hard to beat that. So if you have those two, would I alternate? I guess you could, but I don't. I mean, you're only using it once per year, man. I think you'd be fine. I would just use. I would use spectacle in the fall. That's what I would go with. You could alternate between like prodiamine or dithiopyr in the spring if you want to play around with different ones in the springtime. But Poanio is such a pain to deal with, and getting rid of it once it's in your lawn is expensive because this stuff, certainty. You can think about it. If you have a bunch of POA in your lawn, you've got a couple options for killing it. You can use negate, which is for most people is not a great choice because the way you're supposed to mix it, you end up with a lot of waste, or you can use Certainty. And the problem with it is that even though Certainty has great controls, an excellent product against POA annua, is you have to use it at the higher rate. So the amount of the product that you're using to control POA, you end up using, you're just using more of it, right? So with all that said, Spectacle is what I would pretty much always use in the fall, given the choice, because it does such a good job of keeping POA out of your lawn that you can save this for maybe a spot spray of POA here and there if you got like 1 or 2 in the entire lawn, if at all. And then you can mainly keep this for sedge control, because for sedge control, like 1 bottle will last you forever, because the rate for sedges is so low compared to what you have to use for controlling POA. So I say all that to say that maybe the coastal, find a friend, find someone you like, and you can gift them that, and you can keep the Spectacle Flow for yourself. That is what I would do. In other words, I still have Spectacle in my garage. I have not used Spectacle Flow. I still have Coastal in my garage. I have not used Coastal since I switched to Spectacle Flow. So there's that. All right, Short Grass Living is up next. He says, woohoo, it was fun listening to you while I mow, but 102 degrees is still hot. It is hot, man. It is hot, but I mean, you know, it's good. It's good times. You're out there having fun. You know, actually, there's another video that I had to show, another picture I had to show from a viewer tonight. So he is a BYU fan. Didn't really want to show this, but you know, I don't want to be that guy where, hey, if it ain't Georgia, it ain't right, you know. So he sent me this picture of something he did with his robot mower, which is actually pretty cool. So if you want to see something that a robot mower can do, is his mower, I guess he pre-programmed this pattern into it, and look at that, it mowed the circle and it mowed the big Y in the middle. It's pretty cool, right? I mean, that's better than most people could do with like their push mower, right? That's pretty clean. So yeah, he said that to me and wanted to show it off, so I want to share that with you guys. You can see, you know, that's one cool thing, one cool notch in the hat for a robot mower. It's pretty cool. And you can see the stripe action. He's got some diagonal stripe action going there. It looks pretty good. So, you know, over time, robot mowing might become the thing. You know, if they can lay some clean stripes, you know, might become a thing, you know, for those that don't like mowing. I like mowing, so I'm probably not going to use one just yet, but eventually, you never know. One day I might break down and get one. Whenever they can do double wides and nice crisp stripes, it'll be time to turn it over to the bots, right? The AI will take over and we'll run it all. All right. Next up is A Haystar 1141. He or she says, can I continue to use PGR spoon feeding on my cool season turf while overseeding? And should I stop once I see germination with the new seed? Yeah, great question. So yes, can you still use it whenever you are on a cool season lawn while you're doing the overseeding process? Absolutely, no problem at all. Once the new grass germinates, yeah, I would pull back on using the growth regulator, because the idea is you want that new grass to germinate, to establish well, to fill in and start doing well. And we don't really want to suppress that with PGR if at all possible. But leading up to when it germinates, by all means, you know what I mean? So if you as you're getting ready, you're doing your prep work, you can absolutely still use Primo along with whatever fertilizers you're using in your lawn to slow down the growth of the existing grass. And then once you overseed and it begins to germinate, that's when I would back the Primo out and let the new grass catch up before you reintroduce it. So great question. Yeah, I like where your mind is. I like where your mind is on that one. Yep. So should you use Primo as part of your overseeding project? Yep, you can, but once it comes through, you want to pull the e-brake on that one and let the new grass come in. Let it do what it wants to do. Let it do what it do. Okay, next we have Doug Mason. He's oh, that's good. He says, more, use the coastal and send me the Spectacle. That's an option. I don't think it's gonna happen, Doug, but yeah, good, nice try. It doesn't hurt to try. It doesn't hurt to try. It's a good one. All right. Next up is Dwayne's World, party time. Excellent. He says, hello, Ron. Happy Friday. No questions tonight. Just here to support the stream. Everyone give Ron a thumbs up. Thank you so much for that, Dwayne. If anyone that's here, if you're enjoying the live stream, if you guys wouldn't mind, hit that like button. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. It's a great way to support the channel. Sends good vibes to YouTube. Gets more people to come over. Makes for a more entertaining and fun show. All right. Next up is Short Grass. where he says, hopefully the verticutter will help the grass look great again. It is one component. It is one component. It will set you up for success. I'll put it that way. Verticutting alone is not going to make your lawn look awesome, but verticutting combined with regular mowing and a good nutrient program, yes. A lawn, in other words, you guys have seen my lawn several times throughout the years. You guys, those of you that have been fans of the channel for a while, been watching for a while, you guys have seen my lawn again throughout the years. And if you look at how it looks, literally, this is today. This is how it looks today. Like, my lawn has never looked like that in the 9 years that I've been mowing it. Never looked like that. It's never had that appearance, and that all is due to the nutrient program, and it's also due to the cultural practices. Like, every month, at the end of the month, I get out there and I verticut it. I turf rake it to keep debris out of it, and then I just mow it. I mow it every other day. So that's the big thing. And the thing is, I can't just say that it's just the mowing every other day, because that's something that I've done for years. Introducing the monthly verticutting and the regular turf raking is what really took it. It's like it already looked good before, but then as far as that X factor, really taking it up to another level, that's what really put it over the top. It's more work, but if you want it to look good, you got to pay the price, right? You got to pay the price. Okay, next up is Simple Life. He says, what's up, Ron? You read my post on last week's live stream and recommended Celsius and Certainty combat weeds in my lawn. I got my order a few days later. Thanks. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Love to hear that the shipping team is doing what they're supposed to be doing. Because I always tell them, make sure stuff gets out quickly. Don't linger. So glad to hear that. All right, next up is Simple Life. It says, the temps here in Phoenix will be 110 degrees this weekend. Should I be concerned about applying these products at those temps? We'll also send you pictures of the lawn. So I have not applied Celsius and Certainty at 110 degree plus temperatures, so I don't know. Oliver has applied it. I think he said he was 109 in Texas and it was just fine. What I would say, the thing that is going to be the determining factor of whether you get some discoloration or not is going to be how much surfactant you use. So if you decide to go forward with it, let's just try this. Like, the application rate for the surfactant is like 1 to 2 teaspoons per gallon. Go at the low end. Go like 1 teaspoon or maybe even half a teaspoon, because the temperatures you're at right now are so high that the herbicide is going to work well. It's going to work very well given the temperatures, and you guys don't have a lot of rain in Phoenix, so it's not like you have to really worry about a lot of like you putting it down, applying the product, and then you getting a lot of heavy rainfall and washing it off. So I'd be fine with you backing the surfactant down a little bit, just to add a little bit more margin of safety, and then seeing what you get. So yeah, I mean, can you do it? Yes. If you're trying to be ultra cautious, I would just reduce the amount of surfactant or omit it. If you want to omit it, that's fine too. You don't necessarily have to use surfactant. It works better if you do, but if you want to be super cautious, you could spray Celsius and Certainty without surfactant, and that has the least chance of causing any discoloration or injury. But again, if you look up what Oliver just said, 30 minutes ago, and I read his comment, he applied it with surfactant. He applied the actual kit, and I think he said it was like 109 degree temperatures and no discoloration. So as long as you are conscious to not go heavy with the surfactant, you should be okay. But keep me posted. Keep me posted as far as how it does. All right, next up is Nyan. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. I had to send my reel mower to be fixed earlier this week. When I do get it back, is it okay to cut it 3/4 of an inch, even though it will still be a week since I last cut it? Normally 3 times. You can, but it's going to scalp. It's going to scalp, Nyan. So yeah, can you cut it at 3/4 of an inch? Sure. But you just got to be ready or be prepared that you are going to have some discoloration. You're going to cut it. It's going to look okay. And then it's going to have some brown spots that are going to appear in the lawn, a day or so after you do that. So it's really your call. It's not going to hurt anything to do that, but it's going to look a little bit ugly. And then once you start mowing it regularly again, so like 3 times a week at that 3/4 of an inch, you'll be back to where you were before. But the first time you cut it, after you get the mower back, if it's been an entire week, you are going to get some discoloration. So just be prepared for that. All right, next up is Jimmy Miller. He says, Ron, I finally made it, and I was wondering if you got my email regarding my question I had about Princep and Simazine. I think didn't I answer your question, Jimmy? Maybe no. Oh yes, your question about yeah, I'll have to answer that. I'll have to answer that after the show. But I think pretty much what his question was is he got his hands on some Simazine, some Princep, and there was a hole, or there's some damage to the bottle where it was stored in a shed or stored somewhere like in a warehouse for a long time, and it was not sealed. And his question to me was, would I still use it? And for me, I would say no. If it's been sitting for years and it was exposed to the elements, essentially, because that's what it is, because it's not sealed, I would find like a local facility that takes those types of products to dispose of it. So it's your call, but I haven't seen the bottle. I'm only going based on what you're telling me in the email. But for me, I wouldn't risk it. I would dispose of it. And again, don't throw it in the trash. Do not throw it in the trash. Don't pour it down any drains. Find like a waste facility in your area. Just tell them, hey, I have some old herbicide I need to get rid of. Just check with them, and then you'll find one that accepts that, and then you'll be able to take it to them. You'll likely have to pay a fee, but then that's the right way to get rid of that stuff. So if that's the email you're talking about, then I would not use. I would like in other words, if I had a bottle of Spectacle that had been left open all winter long for maybe a couple of winters, even though it's been in a warehouse, I wouldn't. Even if I looked at it and it looked kind of okay, I wouldn't use it. You know what I mean? It's been exposed to the elements all that time. I wouldn't use it. So it's the same thing for what you're talking about with that bottle of Princep. So hope that helps, sir. Next up is Bermuda Guy DIY. Says, hey Ron, happy Friday. Here in Cobb County, when are we looking at our last apps for FERT and Primo? Temps are starting to head back down next week. So for me, Bermuda Guy DIY, I am going to still feed the lawn next month as usual. So on the 1st, it's going to get Humic Max, and it's going to get I already got Primo today, but then in 2 weeks from now, it's going to get Primo and the Carbon Kit again. And then at the end of September, I'll gauge again and see if I'm going to do either just if I'm going to do the 12-0-24, which is probably what I end up doing, the 12-0-24 at a low rate to close out the season with my granular, and then the 901C Carbon Kit to also close out the season with my liquid sprays. As far as your Primo, I'm going to be doing, again, Primo is going to be next month as well too. So the last spray of the season is when I will probably shut down Primo. So the application for October is when I'll remove Primo from the mix. But next month, I'll be using it again. I literally sprayed Primo today. So today is the 25th. You figure 2 weeks from now we'll be into September. I'll spray again with Primo then, and then the next one I may or may not omit it depending on how temperatures are looking and how the lawn is looking. The one question you didn't ask is around growth, pre-emergent. I would get that down here soon. My plan is to do my lawn next weekend. I'll be using Spectacle, and again, when it comes to pre-emergent, a little bit early is better than a little bit late, and that is what I would do as far as your program in Northeast Georgia going into the fall. So good stuff, man. Need any help with anything else? Let me know. Next up, we got John Williams. He says, you made some valid points about warm season grass. How would I get into the Bermuda grass game? Are there seeds I can plant, and how would I increase my chances for success? So, John, if you are going to switch from centipede to Bermuda grass, I would highly recommend that you don't do seed. What I would say is burn down your existing lawn, so to get like glyphosate or some other non-selective herbicide and kill off your existing lawn, and then bring Bermuda in via sod. So if I were sodding Bermuda today, I would use Tahoma 31. It's the new hotness. It's incredible looking, and the color is nice. It's a fine blade. It's all that in a bag of chips, right? Good luck finding it. But that is what I would use if I were going to if I were renovating a centipede lawn to Bermuda. I would not use any of the I wouldn't go by grass. I wouldn't use grass seed. I would go with Tahoma 31. Another reason why is too is that the nice thing about going with sod is you literally will go from like a dead lawn, because you're going to kill off your centipede lawn. You go from that to a Bermuda lawn like literally in a day, or however long it takes them to install the sod, right? Versus if you decide to grow Bermuda grass from seed, the prep work is still the same. You still got to kill off the centipede, you still got to get rid of it, but you have to seed the lawn, and then you have to water it a lot. And by a lot, I mean for like 3 weeks, you got to water the lawn 3 times. You're in Savannah too, like 3 times per day. Like you can't allow the grass seed to dry out. So it's just it's a lot more work. The cost and expense of the water is going to exceed the cost of the grass seed. And then ultimately you're going to have a lawn. While it can look really nice, it's not going to look as nice as Tahoma 31. So given the choice, if you're going to get rid of centipede, you can do that. But then I would go with like Tahoma 31 or some other hybrid that you can install via sod. Tiff Tuff is a nice grass. 28419 is nice, but if you're going to be doing all this work, man, go why not get something, get the Ferrari, go get the Tahoma 31, get the good stuff, get that good. You know what I mean? If you're going to go, if you're going to, because the thing is, once it's in because you can't really get rid of it easily. So I would go with the new hotness of the day, which right now is Tahoma 31. You will not regret that versus doing the seeding route. All right, next up is Democritus Thompson. He says, greetings, Ron and Turf crew. Can we apply pillar and spectacle together? I think I already answered that, Democritus. You can, but I would do a jar test first to make sure there's no weird interactions. And then next up, he says, Nyan, it says, Ron, what email can I send questions on my soil test results to you? This one right here, ron@golfcourseline.com. You can email me there, and I will take a look at them, and I will answer your questions. I might be able to get to it tonight. Maybe we'll see, because I have a lot of email to work through. But I will definitely answer you this weekend at some point. But I mean, I was trying to answer tonight, depending on when we get done. So we shall see. Alexander Gothard just became a member. Thank you so much, Alexander. I appreciate that, man. So thanks for all the love and support. Appreciate it. All right. Next is Dwayne's World. Party time. Excellent. He says, hey, Ron, change my mind. I have a question. A lot of people on the past streams mentioned using the Sunjo to verticut the lawn. I think there may be some confusion as the Sunjo does not have a verticutting cartridge. Yeah, so what I think they're doing, Dwayne, is they're using the dethatcher cartridge that's in it, and they're setting it up to where it's not like getting into the soil. So they're using the dethatcher as a way of verticutting. I think that's what they're doing. You are right. It does not come with a verticutting cartridge in the traditional sense, but they're using that dethatching cartridge, which I believe, if you set it up properly, it can be used to verticut. I've seen some pictures of it, like some of the folks that are in the Golf First Line Academy in the Facebook group. They share some of the pictures they've gotten on some of the work that they've done on their lawns with the Sunjo, with verticutting with it, and it does a pretty good job. You know what I mean? The big thing, the biggest like falling point, the biggest negative is that it doesn't have a grass catcher. It doesn't have a catcher to get all that debris. So you do all that work, and then you still got to go through and like clean it all up, which is a colossal pain. But as far as like actually thinning out the lawn, it does a good job, especially for what you pay. It's tough to beat. All right, and you said it only comes with a turf rake and a dethatcher. Can you set this record straight? Yes, you are correct that it comes with a turf rake and a dethatcher. What I think they're doing, or I know what they're doing, is they take the dethatcher and then instead of it getting down into the soil, they're setting it up to where it just runs just above the surface, and they're using it to verticut. So again, it's not a verticutter in the pure sense, but you can get similar results. Again, it all in how you set the machine up. You can get pretty good results with the Sunjo. All right, next up is James Smith. He says, next week, try a 50-50 blend of Chick-fil-A, half sugared, half sugar free. Oh no, I can't do diet, man. It's probably a thing ever since I was a kid. Like I had like Diet Coke when I was a kid, and I still like the taste, the aftertaste of it just bugs me. I don't like the way diet, how like artificial sweeteners taste. You know what I mean? So I don't want to like taint like the awesomeness of like the regular Chick-fil-A lemonade, just lemons, water, and Lord knows how much sugar with like lemon water and then not real sugar. I don't want to, I don't want to do the sugar free, man. I can't do it. Why would I do that? Why do sugar free? That's the best part. All right, so next up is John Williams says, try diet lemonade, Yum Yum from Chick-fil-A. I've never tried their diet lemonade. I don't want. You know what? So I can set the record straight. I will try it at some point this week. I'm gonna get a small because I don't want to waste it if I don't like it. I'm probably not gonna like it because I don't typically like the way artificial sweeteners taste. But I will try a small one, and the next week I'll report back. I'll say I tried it, and I'll tell you guys, see, I was right. I want like the real stuff, but I'll try it so that way I can at least say I have given it a shot. Adam Carter says, I have sent some pictures of what the yard looks like now since I took the level mix off the lawn. Adams, you say you sent pictures. Let's see. Is your email address, your name, Adam, in email? Hopefully. That makes it easier to find. Let's hope. Okay, I got that thing from Robert. Robert, thank you for sending that. I appreciate it. And he even lined the mower up exactly the same way. He's so extra. All right. Let's see. Adam, I'm looking here. I don't see I don't see your. Oh, there we go. Yep, there we go. Cool. Got it. Found it. I found it. Ooh, good lord. Ooh. Uh, that's a lot of. If that's all sand, that's a lot of sand, man. Okay. Yeah. So this is Adam's lawn, and I think you said you had zoysia, and you went too heavy with the sand on it, and I would agree. So you said looks like you took the leveling mix off the yard. So that's yeah, so that's a lot of sand. I mean that's pretty heavy, and it's new. It looks like it's new zoysia. It looks like it's fairly new because looking at that, you can still see the lines of how the sod went down. So I don't know how well rooted in that was before you smothered it in sand. So that's picture one. And then you sent another picture. This guy. And yeah, it's just I think you just have to give it time, man. I'm looking at it, it's just gonna be a time thing. Yeah, it does look like you went a bit heavy, but just give it time. It should grow through it. It looks. I mean, what I'm looking at looks like there are like blades of grass on the top, even though this is mainly sand. It should grow through that. Just give it some time, and we'll see. We'll see. You know, again, it's zoysia, so it's going to take a bit longer to go in, but just give it some time, and we'll see how it bounces back. All right, so Robert Rainey sent a couple of pictures. I remember I asked him for a picture of how his lawn was before and after. Robert is a member of the Golf Course Lawn Academy, and I said, hey man, send me that picture you sent me earlier this week of your before and after with your lawn. So this is his lawn before. And again, it's not bad looking. I mean, he's out there with his rotary, you know, doing the best he can and making it look as good as you can make it look. But that's what he had before. And now this is the after. And in true Robert form, of course, he's got to line them up and have the mower at the same angle because he can't just do it basic, right? So this is on the left is before, and this is how many years later? I think he said two or 3 years later. This is the difference now. So you can see how it looked before, and this is how it looks now. So night and day difference. Awesome work, Robert. Getting on a good program and also switching to real mowing made a big difference. So you're well on your way. Well on your way. Okay, next up we have Matt the mailman. He says, hey Ron, would this be a good plan of action for my Wisconsin lawn starting after Labor Day? Dethatch, spray pre-emergent, aerate, overseed, then spray fungicide in October to prevent snow mold. Okay, so yes and no. You want to do dethatching. I really wouldn't do that unless your lawn absolutely needs it. Unless you really dethatch, I would forego that. Pre-emergent and overseeding, those two are really mutually exclusive. You really can have one or the other. If you do pre-emergent and then you overseed your lawn, you're not going to get very good germination. So I would choose which one is more important to you. Is you overseeding the lawn and getting thicker more important? In that case, omit the pre-emergent, or is having less weed pressure in your lawn more important to you? In which case you would use pre-emergent. But using pre-emergent and overseeding your lawn you're not going to get a great result as far as your germination. It's going to prevent weeds, but the overseed is not going to work as well as if you did not use pre-emergent. As far as spraying fungicide in October for snow mold, sounds like a plan. I like everything else. So aeration, yes. Pre-emergent, yes. And then no to the overseeding, and then fungicide in October, I like it. So just pick which combination of those you're going to do. The one thing that I would not do out of that is I would not dethatch the lawn unless you know for certain that it absolutely needs it. So hope that helps, sir. Yeah, I mean, it's good. You're putting a lot of good thought into it, but again, pre-emergent and overseeding, you're working against yourself. You're working against yourself if you try to do that. So it's your call. I mean, if the seed's not that expensive and you want to try it anyway, you can. But what'll probably happen is it'll germinate and it'll die. So it's your call whether or not the money that you're going to spend in grass seed is worth it to try it. If it were me, that's one of the biggest reasons why I'm kind of I really staring away from doing the ryegrass overseed is I really don't want to have to fight weeds in my lawn next year. Because if I don't use pre-emergent, which I would have to not use pre-emergent and then overseed the lawn with with ryegrass, I'm going to be fighting Poa annua next year. And then I'm just going to be mad at myself because I'm like, I shouldn't have done this because I much rather have no weeds in my lawn than have it be green during the winter. So it really depends on which one is more important to you. That's how you make the decision, Matt. But it's one or the other. One or the other. Overseeding or pre-emergent is what I would say. RV18 says, Dwayne's World, the Sun Joe Verticut cartridge needs a little modification. Remove the blades and align them in the same direction. Now it cuts like a verticutter. So apparently there's a method to it. There's a method to modifying it to make it work. Cool. Next up, we got Kevin Dow. He says, hi, Ron. I'm in Dallas-Fort Worth from Bermuda grass, and I got no rain all summer with 100 degrees forever. Should I aerate when temps are cooler since we have gray soil? I mean, the time when I would aerate a Bermuda lawn, Kevin, would be more in the springtime. Here's why. You know, the lawn is getting ready to start shutting down here in another month or two. It's going to be going into dormancy. So if you aerate now, I mean, it is a stressor to the lawn, and you're doing it at a time when, one, the lawn's already under stress because of the high temperatures, and you have less growing season left for it to recover from it. So for those reasons, I'm not a huge fan of doing it. I mean, it's your call if you want to anyway. But I mean, for when it comes to aerating Bermuda grass or just warm season turf in general, I'm more of a fan of doing it in the spring to early summer versus late summer and into the fall. I just think it makes more sense because Bermuda's going to be checking out here soon, and you want it to be in as good shape as possible before it goes dormant for the winter. So hope that helps. Hope that makes sense to you. That logic makes sense to you. I don't know how long your season goes in Dallas-Fort Worth. But if it's anything like Georgia, like October-ish, it's going to start slowing down pretty quickly. And if you go out and do, you know, heavy aerate next month, then it may or may not recover. So it's your call. It's your call. I mean, I also like you either way. It's your call which way you want to do. But hopefully my logic makes sense is why I like to do it in the springtime versus like now. Cool season guys and gals, yeah, by all means go for it. But like us warm season folk, we're on the downhill. We're on the downhill track right now. All right, Adam said I just sent pictures of what the yard looks like now, so I took out the leveling mix off the yard. Yep, we saw that. Adam, this is gonna be a time thing, man. It's gonna be a time to see how it recovers from it. It is zoysia, so it's gonna be the waiting game, unfortunately. All right, we got a super chat here from Mr. Ben Raham. Thank you so much, Ben.
Super chat received.
He said, thanks for hosting and supporting the Lawn Nuts as usual. You're very welcome. Thank you guys for showing up. So I got someone to talk to. Let me find out where I left off. In the meantime, I will put, you know, let's just change it. What else can I put on that's on the, look at that. Put something else on while I take a sip of my lemonade and find the next comment. All right, let's see, where did I leave off? Let's see. All right, my next comment was on, after Kevin, we got Victor Stams. All right, he says, hey, Ron, I'm battling lawn damage despite Caravan G monthly. Going to use Sterling 51 to verticut the lawn. Can I use debris in grass catcher to cover grass seed? It's organic material. Okay, there's a lot going on there. Okay, so first of all, I wouldn't use Caravan G monthly because you're essentially putting out a fungicide and an insecticide every month. I wouldn't do that. So what you would use Caravan G once, like in May, June timeframe, and then switch to strictly a fungicide like Pillar SC or Headway G. So you didn't ask that question, but that's thing one. And then as far as using the debris from the grass catcher to cover the seed, I guess you could. I guess you could if you wanted. Well, I've never done that, Victor. But I'm trying to think of a reason why you could not do that, and nothing is really coming to mind. I mean, the people that use hay, there's people that use peat moss. I can't think of a reason why that would not work. I've just never done it. So yeah, give it a shot. Go light if you decide to go that route. Go light. Don't obviously don't smother the grass seed. But as far as Caravan monthly, I would not do that. I would switch to Headway G or to a liquid fungicide like Pillar SC, like this, or strictly a fungicide. You don't want to use a combination fungicide and insecticide product every month because you don't need to be putting down. Your lawn doesn't need insecticide every month. You know what I mean? And really, you shouldn't even need fungicide every month unless you've got a disease problem. And given that you are like Caravan G only has azoxystrobin in it, so it would be better for you to use something like Pillar or Headway because those both have a group 11, I think it's group 11 and group 3. A group 3 and a group 11 fungicide. So you have two different modes of action to control the lawn disease. For example, you might be using something, you might be trying to control something that azoxystrobin is not, not great for. So I would mix it up. I would switch it up. Okay, next we have Tom Hoffenkamp. He says, happy Friday and happy peak of lawn awesomeness, everyone. That's one way of putting it. All right, so next up we have BTBJ. It's a good question. It says, hey Ron, I'm new to the channel. What is a good retail walk-behind lawnmower to get residential lawns for a lawn size of 3,300 square feet? Great question. So if you're talking about a rotary, if I would look at something, a model from Honda or from Toro, and I'm not sure if I think Honda is getting out of the residential mower market, so they might be hard to come by. You can probably find some in some places. They may have some inventory left, but you can't really go wrong with Toro. So like a Toro Recycler is a great rotary mower to mow a 3,300 square foot lawn. And I'm assuming this you're talking about. If you're talking about a real mower, that's an entire different ball of wax. But for a rotary, you can't really go wrong with Toro. So I hope that helps. And again, Toro Recycler, good mower. Next up is Stan G. He says, hey Ron, I just purchased 18 ounces of Spectacle Flow. Awesome. So what is the measure rate to cover 1,000 square feet? I've got a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, and what spray tip to use? Good. Okay, so what the rate for Spectacle varies between, on the low end, it works out, the math works out to about 0.1 ounces, a tenth of an ounce per 1,000 square feet, up to just under, I believe, 0.2 ounces. So it doesn't take very much of it, which can be kind of difficult to measure that out. So what I do is I take an old bottle of like an old Primo or an old Acelyprin bottle. I think it's an Acelyprin bottle that I'm using. I take one of these bottles anyway, right? And I have Spectacle in it, and I use this as my measuring cup. So what I would say you can do is just go with the low rate. Take the rate of 0.10 ounces, like that much of it, with 1 gallon of water and spray over 1,000 square feet. So if you're going to be using a 4-gallon sprayer, you could go with 0.4 ounces of Spectacle with 4 gallons of water, spray that over 4,000 square feet. And for the spray tip, you're going to want to use this. You're going to want to use a flood jet tip. So a spray tip that produces a larger droplet size is what you want to use for pre-emergent. So hopefully that helps. Need anything else? Let me know. And good job on getting Spectacle. It's not cheap, but it's a good product. It's a good product. Your lawn will thank you for it. Let's see here. 2019. Cool. All right, next up we have, I'm trying to make a note here really quick. All right, next up we have, he says, drag the hose across the yard and don't use the water. No, I know what you meant as far as like you dragging the hose TR play, but I mean, if you have as far as moving sand around, I don't know that a hose is the best way for doing that, especially if you're not gonna, like, unless you're gonna pin one end of it on somewhere, like, I mean, how are you going to use it as a drag, like a garden hose? I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding it properly, but if you're using it the way that I'm envisioning it, I don't think it's going to be as good as a leveling rake. It's not going to work as well as a leveling rake. Maybe I'm wrong though. All right, next up is Scott Kerr. He says, hey mate, just got a Hunter irrigation installed in 6 days. Turf goes down. What watering schedule should I do? So whoever you're buying the sod from, ask them like what they recommend. What I would say is if you put water on it watering it once a day for the first week, and then you can start reducing it, is generally good guidance. But I'm guessing you're in Australia because you referred to me as mate. So whoever you're buying the sod from or your grass from, ask them what they recommend. As far as when to water, I'm a fan of doing my watering in the morning. So early morning time, between 4 to 6 a.m. Get the water down on the lawn before the sun comes up and begins, causing a lot of evaporation. It's going to give it plenty of time to soak in. That is what I would recommend. It's a great irrigation controller. I'm not sure which one you got. If you have the HydroWise or if you have like the turn down knob, like I had the turn one before, that one works well. But the HydroWise, it works via wireless. Really nice unit. It's not super fancy, but I mean it does everything I need it to do. So hopefully you enjoy it, and hopefully I help answer your question as far as watering schedule. If you want me to dig in a little bit more on how I water my lawn, I've got a couple videos on watering, and I'm gonna see if I can find one here. I think I've got a couple. So yeah, so check out, I've got two I'm gonna link for you here, Scott. So this is video 1 on watering, watering video 1. And then I've got another one here. In one of these, I talk about the irrigation controller, and I think it's this one. I think it's the second one. Yeah, it is the second one. I'm pretty sure it's the second one. So this one is irrigation controller review, and there you go. And then there's another one where I installed a new irrigation controller, but you probably don't care about that. Well, in case you do, here it is. I found it. So this is the new controller that I'm using, which is the HydroWise. It's the wireless one. So new irrigation controller. All right. So yeah, so you can see the entire journey of my lawn irrigation program. So the basic one, and then one where I talk about just watering your lawn in general, and then when I swapped to the new hotness, which is the one I have now, which is the Hunter HydroWise, which I really like a whole lot. It's really nice. Next is Gary Keller Jr. He says, Ron, I was thinking about another round of fungicide for this upcoming fall. I already applied my first application in May. I think it's a great idea, Gary. So what I am a fan of doing is applying fungicide in the springtime and again in the fall. So in the spring, May, June timeframe is great for helping prevent diseases that manifest themselves in the summertime, like brown patch, summer patch, dollar spot. And then in the fall, in October, November, I like to do 2 applications, one in October, one in November. And that is with the goal of helping prevent spring dead spot the following season. So I am totally with you on doing a fungicide application later on this fall. Great idea. Great idea. So, and it does work. It really does. It does help. It does help with preventing, damage to, it helps with preventing spring dead spot the following year. So I would absolutely do that. All right, next up we have, let's see who we have here. Next up we have, you said I have cool season grass. Okay, so you not necessarily spring dead spot, but as far as like lawn diseases that are common to people that get snow, so like snow mold, you could do an application of Pillar for that. So Pillar SC is labeled for that as well. So yeah. You could do that. Still makes sense. All right, next up is Lon Struhl. He says, I guess the question I was trying to ask is about how to get the high cut St. Augustine and Bermuda mix flat, green, and perfect looking like it is real mode at 3 to 4 inches. Most of it appears to be crown. Yeah, so I haven't seen the lawn or the property you're talking about. I'll tell you, it's like St. Augustine likes being cut at 3 inches and above, and Bermuda, while it can be cut at 3 inches or above, it really thrives. It really does best at lower cutting heights. So to get them looking good, I would say just mowing frequency. So if you're gonna cut Bermuda at like 3.5 to 4 inches, if you can mow it twice per week, maybe even 3 times is probably unnecessary at 3 to 3 inches, but if you can cut it twice per week, it should look pretty good. It's gonna look as good as it's gonna look. You know what I mean? Being mowed taller, and yeah, that would be my advice. I think you getting St. Augustine and Bermuda to look good together at a 3-inch height of cut is going to come down to your mowing frequency, and really, twice per week mowing is what you're going to want to have to pull that off, because they grow at different rates, and mowing is what's going to help equalize that. Or frequent mowing is what's going to help equalize that. Obviously, mowing is going to help equalize it, but like doing it frequently is where they're going to look even for longer. So twice per week is what I would aim for, and then adjust accordingly. Lon Struhl. All right, next up is Steven Thompson. He says, I got my Spectacle Flow ordered. Next is the Revolution mower. This lawn care is almost as pricey as drag racing. Almost as pricey. I would say that drag racing is way more expensive. Like car, you think we spend a lot of money on lawn care? Cars are expensive. Like racing, like think about it. I mean, you can blow tens of thousands of dollars easily in racing. Like you can blow an engine, blow a tranny. You can wreck your car if you're drag racing. There's a whole lot of there's a whole lot of ways to spend a whole lot of money really quickly when it comes to racing. That is much more difficult to do when it comes to real mowing. Like you don't really crash your real mower, right? You don't blow the engine in your real mower. You don't, it's not even in my opinion, not even the same universe as far as the cost of building cars to go fast versus building lawns that look really good. You know what I mean? For most people anyway, right? All right, Flinch is up next. He says 103 degrees today, going to celebrate 97 whenever that happens. I hear you, man. I mean, I wasn't trying to be insensitive, but for us, 97 degrees is hot compared to what we normally have had. So, I get it. All right. Get to Liz says, probably too late to see it, but I sent pictures of the yard to your email, but thanks for the encouragement. Let me look here, Liz. Make sure I got your pictures, Elizabeth. I think I found you. Yep, Elizabeth. And, this is probably going to be, oh, man. Oh, don't. Oh no. Oh, man. Oh, this is, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's a natural reaction. I'll show you guys. I'll share it with you guys as well too. Yeah, that's not. I mean, I'll tell you, looking at this one overhead shot, they did it neater than I would have done it, or not neater than I've seen. I'll put it that way, but it's still, oh goodness gracious, bless your heart. That's horrible. I feel for you. Okay, so I don't have them in order here, so we'll just kind of work through them. I'll see if I can find the one where the lawn looked reasonably nice, and then we'll go from reasonably nice to just pain. How about that? We'll just go in that order. We'll go from good to pain. So this is picture one, where the lawn is looking great and it's like saying, hey, look at me. I am nice and green and I'm living my best life. That is like how the lawn used to look. And then we have Mr. Backhoe shows up and begins doing Mr. Backhoe stuff, which is bad for your lawn looking its best. And then we have, it's just so bad. So painful. Next up we have, I guess, are you sure on the pool? It's probably not too late to change your mind, isn't it? It probably is too late at this point, but I mean, then you have I guess the big hole in the ground for where the pool's got to go. And then, yeah, more carnage and destruction and pain and suffering. Yeah, there you go. There's more of that. Actually, we'll get rid of this. This guy will move you in there. There's more of that. And let's see what else next. And then this is actually, you know what? This is like, I think the next stage of grief, Liz. This is like the stage of acceptance. Like you're looking at it and yes, it looks bad, but it all looks bad. And you're just looking forward to better times. You're saying, it can only go up from here based on how the lawn looks at this point. And then finally the overhead, which I got to tell you though, I mean, they are overall pretty neat. I mean, I've seen far worse than that. I mean, look at that. That's not, they're in the middle. That's not terrible. I mean, the surrounding lawn actually looks pretty good. They didn't tear that up too badly. So yeah, in your case, if you can, that's a lot of grass to grow in. I mean, you could plug that, if you don't care, you could bring sod in to, let me get all these other ones off of here. You could bring sod in as a way to get that to recover faster. What I might do is if you're gonna do that, if you can put some kind of a because it's got a nice little semicircle there. If you're gonna put like a patio around the pool, I'm not sure what you probably are. Yes, you actually might not need it, Liz, because there's still plenty of grass there. Because I imagine all around the pool, where we see right now that's bare, that's going to become a patio, right? You're going to have some kind of like hard surface there. And then there's plenty of grass nearby that it should just grow back in. And then you can just, you can plug it and just let it take its time to fill in. That is what I would do, because I'm just kind of visualizing this. most of what's that's dug out there that's bare is going to be patio, and then you can the little areas that is not patio you can fill in with just by plugging that section. So yeah, that's what I would do. I wouldn't go out and get sod. I wouldn't sod it. I wouldn't do grass seed. I would plug the areas that did not get covered by the patio that's probably going to go in there, and just let time fill the grass in. So I'm sorry. Man, bless your heart. That's just it's not for me. Not for me. I can't tell you how many of my friends, that every time they come by and they look at the lawn, they always say, "The lawn looks so awesome, man. You'd be great back here is a pool." I'm like, "You are crazy. That is not going to happen. I've seen what happens to put a pool in. Mm-mm. I couldn't do it. Whoever owns this house next, they can do a pool, but I ain't not me. I'm too much pain. Looking at your lawn was painful for me. Can you imagine mine? It'd be bad. I'd like miss the live stream. Wouldn't be able to do it for a while, like therapy. It wouldn't be good. All right, next up we have on Instagram, we have Captain Kirk Crow says, for Oklahoma, what should I raise the height of cut to for the winter? I currently mow at 20 millimeters on my outlet. Is there a need to raise it for the winter? Grass is Bermuda. What does 20 millimeters equate to in American? No, in imperial. Let's see. 20 mil is 3/4 of an inch. You guys get snow in Oklahoma. I mean, if you want to bump it up, I'll tell you, Captain Kurt Crow, I keep mine about where you are right now. So you're at 0.78, which is about, a little bit taller than where mine is. And that's where I leave mine I've been throughout the entire season. And that's where I'm going to leave it into the winter. But Oklahoma does get colder for longer than Georgia does. So if you wanted to let it get up to an inch, maybe an inch and a quarter, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But I like literally where you are is where mine is going to stay. That's where mine's been all year, and that's where it's going to be throughout the winter, this winter and into next spring. So it's your call. I might, if you have any friends that are in your area that also have Bermuda grass and they're real mowing it, you might see, like, if there's an Oklahoma real mowers group, or you can maybe ask them and see what they do for their, what height of cut they leave their lawn at. But in Georgia, 3/4 of an inch works pretty well. Like, the lawn tolerates that fine because we don't have extended periods of like incredibly cold weather. I mean, last year was kind of an outlier, but for the most part, you'll have 2, 3, 4 days where it gets really cold, and then it warms up into the 50s or 40s and 50s again. Then it gets really cold again, and it kind of does this back and forth, this ping pong thing. So it's not like Oklahoma, where I imagine when you get snow, which we don't really get here in Georgia very much, or not where I live in Georgia anyway. And it doesn't stay as cold for as long. So for those reasons, you going a little bit taller would not hurt anything. So hope that helps. If you can find like a user group that is into real mowing in Oklahoma, ask them and see what they're doing, and just kind of mirror that is what I would say. All right, next up is Kelly says, "Hey Ron, I have a true cut and a snapper HY vac 33 inch. Cool. I swear the snapper does a better job than my true cut. Really? I have a regular Bermuda and I bagged all the clippings. I cut twice a week. I guess it depends on the height of cut. Depends on how smooth your lawn is. I don't know what the snapper HY vac 33 inch is. It sounds like a riding mower. At higher heights of cut, it might do a better job than the true cut. But as you get lower and lower, if you get to like, an inch and a quarter or lower, that's when the true cut is really going to shine. So that's the thing with real mowers. Real mowers are really designed to perform well at lower heights of cut. They're not designed for, cutting grass at 2-3 inches. So if you're cutting your grass at that height, I'm not surprised the snapper is producing a better cut. Next up is Paul Tien. He says, "Hey Ron, there's a place by my home where I can rent out an aerator. What's the learning curve to using one of them for the first time? Thank you for your wisdom." I have got you covered, Paul. I've got you covered. I've been waiting for this question on, I'm about to aerate my lawn. How do I go about doing it? Because just for you, I have a blog post on that very topic, on core aeration. So if you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, and you're not gonna have to do this because I'm gonna send you the actual link to it. And I think it's on page 2. There is a post on how to core aerate your lawn. This completely free guide that talks about core aeration, what it is, what the benefits are of it. And in here, you will see a video from last year that talks all about core aeration. If you'd like to learn about that talks about what it is, how to use it, some tips. marking sprinkler heads so you don't spend a bunch of money having to fix sprinkler heads, how to make sure you clean off the equipment before you do it so you don't spread disease like that into your lawn, because that would not be fun. Why you should not wear, well, I thought I did that in there. Why you should not wear sandals whenever you aerate. Make sure you wear proper shoes. The aeration method, like the way I like to do it, going fast, turn left, aerating a slope, some tips for doing that, whether or not you should pick up plugs in your lawn, and things to do after you core aerate your lawn. So as far as everything that I know about core aeration, this blog post and video cover all of that. So hopefully you enjoy it. I'm going to send it to you right here, right now. And you can tell me after you watch and read it if it was useful. So how to core aerate your lawn. And what I would, read that blog post. It's not that long, and then watch the video that's in there, and you'll get you all squared away. And hopefully that helps. If you have a friend where you guys can swap off and have, go back and forth, that would be easier. But I mean, that video is going to help you, is going to give you tips on how to get a good result doing it, even if it's your first time. All right, next up we have James Smith. Actually, it's not for James Smith. It is James Smith. He says, Ron, are you adding surfactant to your Spectacle Flow next weekend? No, I am not. I'm not using surfactant with it because really, Spectacle Flow doesn't call for surfactant. You want it to get in the soil, so adding a product that's going to cause it to stick to the plant leaf, to the grass leaf, would be kind of counterproductive. So I'm not going to use a surfactant with Spectacle Flow or any pre-emergent. I really don't recommend using surfactant when you're applying any pre-emergent in your lawn. For the most part, you should omit that, which is why whenever people say, hey, can I, say if I'm spraying Celsius and Certainty, and I'm also going to be doing doing my pre-emergent. So say you're just doing this blend to save time. You can do that. In that case, I would omit, even though like Celsius and Certainty work better if you use surfactant with them. In that situation, I would omit the surfactant and just spray them as is. So add Celsius, add Certainty, add your pre-emergent, spray it all, and then don't water the pre-emergent in until the following day, because that's going to give the post-emergent herbicide enough time to dry on the leaf and have it be taken up by the weeds you're trying to control. And it's a good compromise as far as allowing the post-emergent herbicide to work and then still eventually watering the pre-emergent in within a reasonable amount of time. So hope that helps, James. And if you need anything else, let me know. Okay, and then Jim Miller says, I'll send you a picture. It looks like the milk has gone bad and curdled. Yeah, I would not use that. If that's how the Princeps looks, I absolutely would not use that. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. I would just find a facility that will take it and dispose of it accordingly. I wouldn't use a herbicide or any product that's kind of gelling or making chunks. There's chunks in it. I wouldn't use it. So that's just not worth the risk. James Kelly says, I am pre-germinating Kentucky bluegrass for overseeding. Do you have any recommendations for applying the wet seeds? I don't, James. I've never done that. I've heard of people doing that pre-germination thing. I've never done that to know how well it would work. I can tell you when I have done seeding in the past, I have taken the grass seed and I've mixed it with play sand because, and I don't know how big Kentucky bluegrass seeds are, but like Bermuda grass seeds are very, very fine. They're tiny. So mixing a little bit of sand along with them and then putting that in the spreader, the broadcast spreader, and putting it out, it gives it a little bit of body and makes it spread a bit more evenly, a little more easier. But I don't know if that's necessary if you are doing like the pre-germination, like what you're talking about. So I'm not going to be a whole lot of help on this one because I've not done that before. So sorry, I'm not more help on this one. Okay, Jim Schmid says, when watching Lee on the Revolution, he mentioned the cartridges in 2024, 2025 possibly be a whole new mower and not work with the 26 coming out. Yeah, I don't think, you can ask them, they'll have to answer that. But I mean, just logically thinking about it, I can't see how you would retrofit a cartridge system to the existing mower. Because you think about it, the propulsion system, the clutch, like everything that goes into it, like has to be done differently for a fixed mower versus an interchangeable cartridge mower. So I would imagine it's going to be an entirely new mower. If you were asking me, he says, hey, do you think I should retrofit it or should I build a new mower? I would say build a new mower. I would not, because there's a lot goes into that, because the mounting for the cartridge system matters, the balance, because think about it, when you do a cartridge system, the balance of the mower changes, right? So you have to account for all of that. So it's just, I would not to plan for the existing mower to being able to be retrofitted. Call Real Rollers, ask Lee. They will be able to tell you for sure whether or not they will do that or not. I'm just throwing out my 2 cents on the matter. But yeah, call them because they will have the final word on whether the existing mower will be retrofitted to support a cartridge system. My guess would be no. I can't see how that would reasonably happen. Plus, you think about it, if you were going to do that, it's going to require modifications. Like it's going to require like a chassis change and like I imagine brackets and some other stuff to be able to accept the cartridges. Like who's going to do that? Like you're not going to want, like I don't think they're going to make a kit and send it out to you and have you take your mower apart and you like do that, right? And then if they do it, then you got to send it back to them. So just logistically doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like I think that I would plan for that the cartridge system mower to be a different mower. That's what I would expect. All right. Let's see here. Janet B says that sugar is going to kill you. Prayers. I know, man, but sugar's so tasty. I know. So I get it. It's so num num. All right. Next up is Jason Strickland. He says, I'm looking to sod Tiff Tough Bermuda. I'm in Texas. So I was looking at installing in October. Would that be a good time or should I wait till spring? So here's the thing. My lawn was sodded in December, right? So I don't know where you are. You're in Texas. You can sod Bermuda pretty much any time, Jason. The spring is going to be better. It's going to root in faster. It's going to grow in faster. But again, my lawn was sodded in the middle of winter in like December, and it you can see it grew in just fine. If you want to see what my lawn looked like when it was first sodded, I might be able to freeze the video and show you. Maybe can I make that happen? I think I can. Let's see here, course details and this, and it's part of, yeah, if you go to, I think I can pause it and show you. Let's see, right. Yep, here we go. Okay, cool. So this video, which is the intro video for the Golf Course Lawn Academy, if you look at there on the left, you see that? That is what my lawn looked like when it was first sodded. And that was in winter. That was in December. And it grew into what it is now. So ideally, if you can do it when it's warmer or about to warm up, that would be better. But I mean, it's really your call. It's your call as far as when you want to go about doing it. So next up is Brew Cruise Fishing. He says, wait till spring, Jason. Yeah, if you can do that, better. Yeah. Because also keep in mind too, while mine was sodded in December, it was done by the builder, right? So they're just ready to get the house done so they can close on it. So they probably don't care as much. But I've also seen like in here, like as the neighborhood was being built out, I've seen lawns sodded all throughout the year, literally like spring, summer, fall, winter, and all the lawns grew in, all of them look good, right? So it's not like Bermuda will not establish if you do it in, if you sod it in the wintertime. Keep in mind though, I'm in Georgia, so I don't know where in Texas you are. If you're like northern Texas on the border of like Oklahoma and Texas, you may not want to do that, right? Because in the middle of winter time, it might be more difficult for the Bermuda to establish before you get the harsh temperatures of winter. If you're in Houston, then yeah, doing it now or doing it in December, it's okay. It's not really going to matter. So it depends on where in Texas you are, and you didn't say that. So depends on where. But worst case, you can always wait till spring, and that's going to be your best bet, like Brew Cruise Fishing is saying. All right, next up is Justin says, is the Revolution 26 too big of a jump to make from an Earthwise manual reel? Double cutting to combat the washboarding is killing me in Texas heat, so looking to upgrade for next season. No, it's not too much of a, I mean, so is it a big upgrade? Absolutely. Is it a night and day difference in cut? It's going to be, yeah, it's not even going to be in the same universe as far as the cut you're getting from your manual push reel mower versus when you move to a powered reel mower, much less like a powered reel mower that's propelled by a rear drum. The cut and the stripe action is going to be just a thing of beauty. So can you do that? Could you use that mower? Sure. I'd say depends on how big your property is. If you have, depends on the size of your lawn. If you have like a 1,000 square foot lawn, maybe not the best choice to have a 26-inch wide mower. But if you got a 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, like a reasonable size, like I say 2,000 square feet or larger, and you like wider stripes and you like having to double cut the lawn to get them, then yeah, go for the Revolution. It's not a bad choice. I mean, it's going from a push reel mower to a powered reel mower is going to be a huge change in the quality of cut and the appearance of your lawn after you're done with it. So it's not even the same universe as far as that goes. You're very welcome, Captain Kurt Crew. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. Appreciate you. Got Miles Blaine in here. What's going on, Miles? Hope you're doing okay. All right, and next up we have Simple Life. You're very well. He says, thanks for the response. I will try the certainty in Celsius on our Phoenix temps. I don't mind being the guinea pig. I sent pictures of my Monaco now. Subject is thanks for the order. I don't know if I can see your Monaco now. What it looks like now. Let me see. Will, I got you here. All right, let's see if I can see. Ooh, that looks good, man. Let me see. That's good looking grass. I like that. I like that. We gotta show this picture off. Ooh, I like that. Grass grown from seed. That looks nice too. I gotta admit. Let's see. We'll call this folder Monaco because he's got a couple of pictures. So I want you guys to see all of them. Let's see if I can actually show them in the correct order because let me see. So first we have when it was just, in the beginning, it was just bare dirt. So which was this. And I have to admit, I have to tell you, Simple Life, first of all, you did a good job prepping the surface because this looks good. You can already look at that and say, you know what? This is going to be all right. This is going to come out okay. That's thing one. And then thing two is him putting down the Monaco grass seed. So we'll go from that to that. Starting to get a little bit of germination there. Looking good. And then he gets a close-up shot. And I have to, plus 10 points for the photography, man. Very nice. Doing the hard work getting down there, getting that good angle. Very nicely done. I like it. Well done. And then the next picture is this guy here, which is showing how we're looking. You may have misfocused a little bit, but yeah, this looking good. It's growing in nicely. And then finally, where we are as we sit now is this. And I gotta admit, man, it's good looking grass. It's good looking. I mean, most people would take that. Looking really good, man. The color looks nice. Great job. Great job. Looks really good. If you're going to be spraying the lawn, again, just make sure you respect your rates. Make sure you respect the application rates. It's relatively new grass, so you don't want to be, smacking it too hard. New grass with herbicides, but yeah, it's looking good, man. I got to admit that Monaco, got to hand it to you. That color looks really nice. Nicely done. Good job. All right, Adam Carter is up next. He says, there's a grass where it looks like it is sand, but it is just so thin for me putting the sand back because it was so thick over the Xeon that the green pieces of sod you can see are the pieces that were not covered. Yeah, it's just going to be a time thing, man. It's, you went really heavy with the leveling mix, and it's going to be a waiting game to see how it comes out. I think it's going to recover. It should be fine. I mean, it looks like you got a lot of it off of there. Just give it time and it will bounce back. But given that it is Soja, it just takes longer. It takes longer. Next up, we got Baseman 72. He says, can I use Spectracide with crabgrass preventer this fall and also use a barricade pre-emergent? I have a Bermuda lawn that has been overrun with crabgrass and some other weeds. Yeah, so the Spectracide product that you're referring to, I believe has... with crabgrass preventer, I believe that has dithiopyr in it as the pre-emergent. So you could use that, and you really shouldn't have to add another pre-emergent, not at the same time anyway. So here's what I would say. If you're trying to control crabgrass and you want to use the Spectracide product, you could do that now. And then I would hold off on the prodiamine until like December-ish or so. Because if you applied that Spectracide product, you're going to get a good 3 months of control out of the pre-emergent that's in that product. And if you wait till December to do your prodiamine, that will then give you more coverage throughout the rest of winter into early spring. So you could use them both, yes, but I would stagger it. I wouldn't do them both on the same day. I wouldn't do them both at the same time. There's really no need to do that. So hope that helps. If you need anything else, let me know. And I'm going to make a note of that because that's a great question, Baseman 72. I guess you are born in, I had to guess. I'm going to guess you're born in 72 and you play bass. Is that a good guess? Maybe. We'll see. All right, next up is Devin Barton. He says, I use the grass clippings to cover the seed and has helped to keep the moisture locked in. Also, not as much weeds, light covering. So there you go. So you have someone that's actually done what you're asking, the gentleman that asked earlier about using the grass clippings. So that's a strategy. Go for it. That can work. All right, Progression Decibel is up next. He says, incoming Georgia, so local. With our current weather and fall soon, When are you planning on putting down pre-emergent and grub worm killers? Also, at what point do you stop spraying Celsius for the year? So my pre-emergent, my plan is for next weekend. My grub control, I don't have any plans to do any more applications this year. I'm not seeing any reason to do that. But if you want to do another application, July and August are a good time to do another application of Acelyprin. If you want to do that, nothing wrong with it. I mean, and actually, if you're doing pre-emergent, you could put this in the tank. You could do these at the same time, right? So, you know what? Just because you guys keep asking about it, I might do that. I might do an Acelyprin application along with my spectacle. How about that? You guys want to see that next weekend? I can make that happen. And then your final question is around, when do you stop spraying Celsius for the year? I stopped spraying Celsius when there's not really any weeds. So Celsius is not something that you treat like fertilizer or like biostimulants. You know what I mean? Like, you really use that as needed. If there are weeds in your lawn, you can use Celsius to control them, but I would not, you shouldn't be spraying Celsius every month. That's just what I'm trying to say. It's not like a thing you should be like, oh, it's, it's April, it's like, August 15th, time to spray Celsius. It's not that way. Really, it's a post-emergent herbicide, and really you should only be using it when there are weeds in your lawn. And if you're doing it right, where, you're mowing properly, you got a good nutrient program, and your lawn is growing in nice and thick, your need for using post-emergent herbicides like Celsius will become less and less. You'll be able to use it for spot spraying, just for cleaning up weeds here and there, versus having to rely heavily on post-emergent herbicides to keep your lawn weed-free. So hope that helps, Progression Decibel. Lots of great questions. And you know what? I might do some Acelyprin as well next weekend whenever I do my spectacle. Why not? I have plenty of it. Why not? Why not? Most people do an insecticide this time of year anyway, and I normally don't, but it won't hurt to do it. All right, next up, we have T1000 that says, hit the like button. Definitely, guys, gals. If you guys are enjoying the show, enjoying the live stream, please hit the like button. It's absolutely free to do so. Great way to support the channel. All right, Progression Decibel says Ron, to clarify, when the Bermuda starts to go dormant, there still may be clover or random weeds. Keep spraying it or just let it die off and not waste the Celsius and Certainty product. It's your call. If it's, what you might do is if you wanted to give it one last smackdown with post-emergent herbicides before it's supposed to check out, that wouldn't be a bad plan. It's really up to you. It's up to you. It depends on how much the weeds bug you and how much you want to really injure and or kill them. You know what I mean? So it's your call. I typically spray Celsius and Certainty in I use them in the springtime and throughout the summer. That's when I normally do them. I don't usually use them as much in the fall, but I don't have a lot of weeds in my lawn. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not a great person to ask about using it in the fall. I would say if you have fall weeds and you want them gone, and Celsius or Certainty are labeled to control those weeds, then you can use it. You know what I mean? As temperatures get cooler, the thing you want to account for is it's going to take longer for the herbicide to work, but it's still going to work. It's just going to take a bit longer in October than it would in, say, July. So the answer to your question is, if you have weeds and you want them gone, use a post-emergent herbicide. All right, next up is Elevated Times. He says, if you want to overseed with ryegrass, when would be a good time? Now, like the window's opening now through middle of September, Elevated Times. It depends on where you are in the country, but if you're in Georgia, once this little heat snap we got going here passes, which is, I think we're about done with it, now the window's opening up for you to do your ryegrass overseed, because ryegrass will start germinating 5 to 7 days after you plant it, and then again, it was 97 today, but it's going to start cooling off here once this stops. And again, you're in the window for your ryegrass overseed if that's what you want to do. Again, assuming you're in Georgia. And then next up, we have Kelly Keel. He says, yeah, hey, Ron, again, the Snapper 33 high vac is a riding mower. I cut it at 1 inch with a new blades with wings. It can actually scalp the lawn. That's cool. Very, very nice. Sounds like a nice mower, man. You can cut it at 1 inch with a riding mower. Sounds like a nice setup. AS Star says, I am using Carbon Pro G as my carrier for my pre-germinated seed this year. I like it. That could work. Could use that. That's not a bad plan. I've used sand, but I mean, yeah, Carbon Pro G, great product. Push D says, hi, Ron. I'm seeding a perennial ryegrass, but I have a few shady areas. My plan is to mix 30% creeping red fescue. Since the ryegrass germinates quicker than the red fescue, how do I keep the red fescue seed moist without overwatering the rye? I've not done what you were trying to do, so I can't really say for sure, but I'd say that once the ryegrass germinates, just back the watering down a bit. You know what I mean? The thing is, you don't want the soil the soil to dry out, but it shouldn't be a sopping, muddy mess. You know what I mean? So, I mean, in either case, even when you're waiting for the ryegrass to grow in, to germinate, it shouldn't be like a big muddy, like a swamp. So once the ryegrass germinates, you can keep it moist, but just back off, just reduce the watering a bit. You know what I mean? So if you were watering for 15, I mean, I guess best answer to your question is, if it's not a big muddy mess when you are getting the ryegrass to germinate, it really, keeping the same watering schedule, it really it shouldn't be any different while you wait for the red fescue to grow in. You know what I mean? So if you're like, the watering really shouldn't have to change that much between the ryegrass germinating and the red fescue germinating, because in either case, you don't want to overwater. In either case, it should not be like a river or a swamp because you're putting so much water on the lawn. You want the soil to be moist. You want there to be enough moisture to where it never dries out, but not to where it's like, it's all big, it's all muddy and a mess. So I'd say, whatever watering you're using for the ryegrass, you should be able to maintain that for the red fescue. You shouldn't have to drastically reduce it if you're doing it right anyway. All right, next up is Matthew Kim. He says, Ron, my man, I am here in San Antonio, Texas. When do you recommend laying down pre-emergent for the fall? Whenever soil temps the average soil temps get into the low 70s and start trending cooler. So for me, again, I tend to do a little bit earlier, but I'll be doing pre-emergent next weekend because I like to get my pre-emergent down late August, early September. That's worked well for me. For you in San Antonio, you can look at the average soil temps in your area, and if maybe the second week of September is a better fit for you, that's when you can do it. But I'd say between now and mid-September is when I would look to get my pre-emergent applied. That is what I would go for, Matthew. When it comes to pre-emergent, a little bit early is better than a little bit late. You can get the best results if it's in the soil prior to POA trying to come up and ruin your life. And POA will ruin your life, so I'm trying to help you not ruin your life. So apply your pre-emergent. Even if it's a little bit early, it'll be okay. All right, Mike D is up next. He says, I just got done mowing in the dark in Texas. The temp was 100 degrees, and it was nice. Wow, man, that's awful. 100 degrees at nighttime. Brutal. But I respect the dedication. Man. All right, next up, he says, Ron, I'll be heading your way tomorrow to pick up a bag of fertilizer since it's too early to apply OGF with Barricade. Hope to see you at the store. If you're talking about like buying fertilizer from us, you can't do walk-ins. Like the fertilizer is kept in warehouses all around the country, so you have to your best bet is to order it online. If you're in Georgia, it'll take like a day to get to you, like a day, worst case 2 days, because the warehouse is nearby, so it's not gonna take long to get to you if you're anywhere in Georgia, Jimmy. So I would just order it tonight, and then I will ensure that it gets shipped on Monday, and you will have it worst case Wednesday, but more than likely Tuesday. Because if you're in Georgia, depending on where you are in Georgia, it doesn't take that long to get to you. All right, next up is Push D. He says, I contacted an old head groundsman at Wimbledon. Oh, that's awesome. And he suggested mixing the red fescue into the perennial ryegrass since it mixes well. He mentioned center court used a 70-30 ryegrass and red fescue mix prior to 2001. That's cool. Nice. I mean, yeah, you're talking to a guy who makes his living producing like some of the most watched turf in the world, whatever Wimbledon's being played. So yeah, I would absolutely go with that. It's probably good advice. Man. Yeah, nice. Very, very cool stuff. All right. He says, Bass man like the fish, and no, 72 is my football number, LOL. So I missed out on both accounts. You were not born in 72, and you don't play bass. So, it's funny. My my martial arts instructor would have gotten that right because he loves fishing. So he'd have been like, no, dude, he's a fisherman. Stop being a lamer, man. Come out and fish. So I always tell him I want to go fishing, but I always say, listen, I want to go fishing, but I only want to go out for like a couple of hours. And he's like, no, you can't go fishing with me because you don't get it. Like you can't Like you can't go out to go fish and already have a time when you're coming back from fishing. It's not how it works. So in all the years that I've known him, I've never gone fishing with him because he's that guy when it comes to fishing. All right. Next up, Adam says, "Would you suggest me to put something on the Xeon Zoysia to help it from me stressing it out?" No, just time. Just time. I really wouldn't do anything. Just let time run its course. There's nothing really that you can do that is going to help it. I'm trying to think. Is there anything you could do to help the Zoysia bounce back? I mean, are you still fertilizing it? Like, I'm not sure when you do that leveling, but if you've not fed the lawn, that is something you can do. If you want to fertilize it, that's about the only thing that I would do. And I would not go super heavy. Like, I mean, Adam, you got to hear me on this. Look into my eyes. If you decide you're going to fertilize the Zoysia, you must stick to the application rates. You must not go heavy. You have to go to the rates on the bag. You can't go, so I'm hitting the table. You got to stick to the application rates. So if there's anything I could see you doing, a bit of fertilizer, like Humic Max would probably be the best choice out of the three that we carry, because it's got the most fast release nitrogen in it, the most quick release nitrogen. So Humic Max at 3 pounds per thousand, which is not a whole lot, is, if you want to do that, I'd be fine with that, but nothing else. And 3 pounds, not 5 pounds, not 7 pounds, 3 pounds, because it's, even with doing fertilizer, it's still going to take time. You have Zoysia, and it's a slower growing grass. It takes time, especially given that it's been stressed out. It's going to take time for it to recover from too much sand being put on it. But give it time, and it will bounce back. All right. Next up, I think that's about it. I'm trying to think if we got anything else. Mike D says, cue the outro. Thanks, Ron. You know how it works. All right. I think I have one more question, then we'll be about done. Is Omar Canales. He says, "Ron, I'm completely new to the lawn game and would like if you can recommend any weed killers and pre-emergent. Currently, I have some doveweed, crabgrass, and bahia grass." Okay, so you're brand new, and you mentioned bahia grass as if you want that gone. So if that's the case, so in other words, if your grass is like a Bermuda lawn and you want the bahia grass gone, so you want to get rid of the doveweed, you want to get rid of the crabgrass, and you don't care if the bahia grass gets injured, then I would say Celsius at higher rates is a good call. So let me show you here really quick, Omar. If you go to the golf course lawn store and you go to shop and then weed killer, this herbicide Celsius with a bit of surfactant will control those weeds that you mentioned. And as far as for pre-emergent, because you're brand new, I would say go with just prodiamine. Just get yourself a bag of prodiamine, this guy right here, and just apply that and then water it in. For someone that's brand new to lawn care, we have a guide, which is here on the, actually, let's make sure I'm just doing this all at one time. So here is where you can find the herbicides that I was telling you about. Actually, let me do it without the filter. All right, so this is where you can find all the herbicides that I was showing you. So at Omar, there you go as far as that goes. And as far as a guide that is specifically written for brand new people like yourself that are getting into their lawn, if you go to resources and then go to knowledge base, you will see this carefully written guide here under lawn care how-tos on a beginner's guide to lawn care, which talks about understanding your lawn, choosing the right lawn care products, know what kind of grass you have, how to choose fertilizer, herbicides, pesticides, what they all do, why you need them, essential lawn care practices like mowing, mulch, like what the 1/3 rule is, like all this stuff that's really important to you getting a great job. And then we give you a seasonal calendar telling you what you should be doing in the spring, the summer, the winter, the fall, and then a troubleshooting guide, because you're going to run into problems in your lawn, because problems happen in lawns. It's just part of life. Like you have yellow or brown spots, what to do, fungicide applications, all that good jazz and more. So to help you with that, do this link here, which is going to take you to that knowledge base article. So you don't have to go look for it. I'm going to save you from having to look at it. And right there is the beginner's guide to lawn care, Omar, and check that out. That's gonna get you squared away as far as everything that I know that I think a beginner, that someone that's brand new like yourself needs to know for getting a great lawn. So hope that helps, guys, gals, everyone. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight, talk about lawn care. And it's time for pre-emergent. So in the description tonight of the show, when if you guys are watching this after the fact, you're going to see a link to our pre-emergent offerings along with Spectacle Flow. That will also be listed in the description for the live stream. Still a good time to feed your lawn. So if you need fertilizer, we have that on the store. And yeah, get out there, have some fun, mow your lawn this weekend, and just enjoy the process. If you have warm season turf, we don't have too many more mows left, so enjoy it while we have it. Take care. Thanks for coming to hang out with me again tonight, and I will see you guys next weekend. Take care.